Okay. Welcome to my TikTok live. This will also be on my Binge Chronicles YouTube page, so make sure you guys subscribe to that. I am going to locate the audiobook. Hold on. Oh yeah, I need the light a little bit more. There we go. All right. Open. Share. Okay. We're about to listen to the audiobook version of my book, Binge Chronicles the Genesis. About to start it. Let's see. That's better lighting. A little bit. Okay. Hold on. Here we are. Okay, I pulled the book up because I'm going to be editing as we go because, yeah. I need a ginger chew. Why am I nervous? Okay. Let's listen. Hold on. Skip. Okay, let's review. And I need to take my notes, whatever notes I need to take.
Binge Chronicles, The Genesis. Written by Blake Nichols. Narrated by Ada Esther.
Okay. That was cool. I'm gonna have to turn this up. Somebody decided to start cutting grass. Exactly at this time. Oh. Okay. Now we're in Binge Chronicles mode. Now let me go here. Book notes. Just in case. About to listen to the preface, okay?
Preface. Brooke! Brooke! Where's Brooke? My father yelled as he entered the house. His voice shook the whole house like something was on fire. She's upstairs. What's wrong? My mother yelled back, already panicking. Has something happened? Nothing's wrong. I just need to ask her something. But the way he said it, it didn't feel like nothing. Upstairs, I froze. Okay, listen, Percy whispered, grabbing my shoulders like this was life or death. When your dad asks you who you are, you say James Brown. I blinked, but he sounds mad. I said, don't worry about that, he snapped. Just say James Brown when he asks. Now, let me fix your hair. Percy perfected my bangs so I resembled the funk pioneer. Okay, perfect. I I kept repeating it in my head, walking down the steps. James Brown, James Brown, James Brown. Like if I forgot, something bad would happen. My father was sitting at the kitchen table waiting for me like a judge. "What took you so long?" my mother snapped. "You heard your father calling you." "But Percy," I tried to explain. "Never mind that," my father cut in, his voice low now, serious. "I'm going to ask you something, and I need
Hey,
you to think
Choco.
about
Hey,
your
Deli.
answer." My heart started beating fast. "Yes, Daddy." He leaned forward, looked me dead in my eyes. "Who are you?" Silence. My mind went blank, completely blank. "What did Percy say?" My palms started sweating. "Well," he pressed. Tears started building up in my eyes. "Who are you?" he shouted. And then it hit me. "James Brown!" The room went dead quiet. My father's face didn't move, but his eyes did. "You are Brooke," he said slowly. "You are not James Brown." That's when I heard my brother Percy laughing on the stairs. "Percy told me to say it, Daddy," I cried out, pointing. "It doesn't matter what anybody told you," my father said, standing up now, serious. "You should know who you are." He stepped closer. "You are Brooke, and don't you ever forget it." I didn't understand it then, but that wouldn't be the last time I didn't know who I was. There are moments in life that seem small when they happen, almost laughable in hindsight, but carry a weight you don't fully understand until much later. This was one of those moments. A simple question, "Who are you?" turned into something much deeper than a child's mistake or a joke gone wrong. It exposed something I didn't yet have the words for. How easily identity can be shaped by fear, pressure, and the voices around you. At that moment, I wasn't answering as myself. I was reacting, trying to survive the situation, trying to get it right, even if it meant losing myself in the process.
Guys, we're listening to the preface. So we're not on chapter 1 yet. We're just listening to the preface of my book, Binge Chronicles, The Genesis. Welcome.
My father's correction wasn't just about a name. It was about grounding, about ownership, about knowing who you are even when everything around you is loud, confusing, or pulling you in different directions. At the time, I didn't understand the lesson. But as life unfolded through relationships, environments, mistakes, and survival, I would find myself in that same position again and again, being asked directly or indirectly, "Who are you?" And too often, I didn't have a clear answer. This story is about those moments, the ones where I forgot, the ones where I became who I thought I needed to be, and the journey of learning, sometimes the hard way, how to come back to myself. Because knowing who you are isn't just important, it's everything. The main character, Brooke, is a complex, emotionally layered young woman navigating identity, love, survival, and self-worth in environments that constantly test her sense of self. On the surface, she's confident, attractive, and adaptable, someone who can move seamlessly between different worlds. She knows how to read people, how to fit in, and how to get what she needs. There's a natural hustle in her, a sharp instinct for survival that often keeps her one step ahead. But beneath that confidence lies a deeper struggle. Brooke is a shapeshifter. She becomes what situations require, what men desire, what friends expect, what environments reward. Whether she's the good daughter, the ride-or-die girlfriend, the party girl, or the independent woman trying to rebuild, Brooke is constantly adjusting. That adaptability is her strength, but also her greatest weakness. At her core, Brooke is searching for identity. She craves love, validation, and stability, but often looks for it in the wrong places. Men, chaos, fast lifestyles, and temporary highs. Her relationships are intense and passionate, but also complicated and emotionally risky. She's drawn to excitement, danger, and attention, even when it comes at a cost. Despite her mistakes, Brooke is not naive. She is self-aware, sometimes painfully so. She reflects, questions herself, and recognizes patterns even when she struggles to break them. Her journey is not about perfection, but about growth, learning through experience, consequences, and moments of clarity. Brooke's story is ultimately about transformation. It's about a young woman who learns through heartbreak, loss, and hard truths that survival is not the same as knowing who you are, and that real power comes not from adapting to every situation, but from standing firm in your identity, even when it's uncomfortable. Brooke's story begins with innocence, subtle, unassuming, and shaped by the quiet desire to belong. But everything shifts the moment humiliation cracks that foundation. Something in her hardens. She emerges in this urban memoir as a narcissistic siren, using object of desire affirmation to boost her own confidence, enjoying the chase and the validation that comes with conquering men to satisfy her own ego. From that point on, Brooke doesn't just move through the world, she studies it, adapts to it, and eventually learns how to control the way she is seen. In this urban memoir, she evolves into a captivating yet conflicted figure, someone who understands the power of attention and learns to use it as currency. Validation becomes her armor, desire becomes her leverage. She thrives on being wanted, on being chosen, on mastering the unspoken game of attraction, not always out of malice, but out of a need to feel secure in her worth. What appears on the surface as confidence is often a carefully constructed response to earlier wounds. The chase, the attention, the admiration, it all feeds something deeper, a need to be affirmed, to be seen, to matter. But as Brooke navigates relationships, environments, and her own reflection, the question becomes unavoidable. Is she in control of the game, or is she still trying to outrun the moment that first made her question her value? The Binge Chronicles is a series of urban memoirs rooted in real experiences, raw, unfiltered, and unapologetically honest. The genesis is where it all begins. It takes you back to the start of Brooke's story, before the layers, before the masks fully formed, and walks you through how one decision leads to another, how pain, pressure, and environment can quietly shape the path you take, even when you think you're in control. This isn't a story about perfection. It's about survival. It's about questionable choices, blurred lines, fast living, and the kind of trauma that doesn't always announce itself, but shows up in the way you love, the way you cope, and the way you see yourself. Each book in the Binge Chronicles pulls you deeper into that world where loyalty is tested, identity is challenged, and consequences don't come when you expect them. They come when you least prepared. The writing is gritty, the moments are real, and the vulnerability is undeniable. You're not just reading Brooke's story, you're feeling it, watching her grow, fall, adapt, and question everything she thought she knew about herself. Because at its core, this series isn't just about what she went through, it's about what it cost her and what it takes to finally face it.
Okay. So before we move forward to chapter 1, let me send a reminder on my social media that we're about to start chapter 1. It's so hot right now. Okay. How do I do this? This is insane. How can I flip the camera? It's okay. I'm about to oh, here you go. Live now on TikTok. Binge. Oops. Chronicles. Let's see. This looks crazy. This filter. That filter looks insane. Is this a video? What in the world? Is this alive? Oh my gracious. I just want to... Okay, I'm about to just go ahead and start, because I don't know what I'm doing. Welcome. Chapter 1. We're about to start chapter 1 of the audiobook for Binge Chronicles, the Genesis. Okay, guys. This is going to bring you from the beginning, where I started being impressionable and thinking about things outside of, you know, my family and all this other stuff. So, chapter 1 is just kind of like a background, so you can get to know the character Brooke and where she comes from. And then it's just going to keep progressing. I don't know if you would call it progression. Just stay tuned. Okay. All right, chapter 1.
Chapter 1. The Family. I wasn't supposed to be born the way I was. At least, that's how the story goes. My mother went into what she thought was labor on October 15th, 1982, and the hospital basically sent her home like, "Girl, you're fine." Told her it was false labor and to come back in 15 days if nothing changed. 15 days! Like bringing a whole human into the world is something you can just reschedule. So she waited. And when she went back on October 30th, they decided to force it. Pumped her with oxytocin, sped everything up, tried to make her body do what it clearly wasn't ready to do. Her body responded, contractions came, everything started progressing, and I started moving down like I was supposed to. Then I moved right back up, over and over, like even then I was resisting. Looking back, that makes sense. I've never been the type to just go along with something because I'm supposed to. It took one nurse, somebody who had just clocked in, to notice something was off. She looked at the machine and immediately said, "The levels are too high." She didn't ask permission. She didn't hesitate. She reached over the doctor and turned it down herself. Then she ran out of the room, came back with the head doctor and an oxygen tank. Then everything sped up. Oxygen mask, doctors rushing, and the decision, emergency C-section. Just after midnight on October 31st, 1982, I was born. Congratulations, it's a girl. My mother looked at me and said, "I think we'll call her Brooke." And just like that, I existed. As a child, I used to sit in my room at night staring out the window.
Okay. We're going to stop. It's going to stop after each chapter. So if anybody has any questions or whatever, post it. I'll let you know when there's a minute left in the chapter. So we're on chapter 1 right now, guys.
Window full of intention, like the stars were listening. I wish I may, I wish I might. I said it like I meant it, because I did. Have the dream I wish for tonight. I didn't realize it at the time, but wishing on a star is a spiritual practice rooted in ancient beliefs that stars are divine gateways. It represents setting intentions, channeling hope, and aligning personal desires with cosmic energy. And the crazy part is, I wasn't wishing for toys or clothes or anything like that. I was wishing for love. Real love. Not the kind you're born into. Not the kind your family gives you because they have to. I wanted the kind of love that chooses you. The kind that doesn't owe you anything but still shows up anyway. I didn't understand why I felt like that as a child, but I did. But that's where my mind was. I always felt things heavier than I was supposed to. Maybe it's the Disney princess syndrome, but will my wish come true? Brooke, dinner's ready. My mother's voice would cut right through whatever I was thinking. And one thing about my mother, she could cook. I looked forward to Mom's meals. You would have thought she had culinary training. That was just the result of her cooking at a very young age for her 5 siblings. I went downstairs and sat at the table. My father took his first bite, then looked at me like he had been waiting. Did you do the assignment I gave you? Yeah, I said. Yes, it's yes. My mother corrected immediately. You would think she was an English teacher, but she wasn't. She worked for a big law firm in WDC.
Okay.
What assignment, Michael?
So I'm making notes in WDC, that's Northwest. She has to say, you know what? And I'm also going to change it in my book. Because everybody doesn't know. I'm writing it as if I'm writing it to people in the area, but everybody doesn't know NW means Northwest. So, chapter 1. What does she say? Around the 334 mark. Okay, let's keep it moving. She worked at a big law firm in Northwest DC.
She continued. I told Brooke to write a paper on the 7 deadly sins. That was my father. Intense. Everything was a lesson with him. Every conversation had a purpose behind it. Every moment meant something. To me, he wasn't just my dad. I really thought he was something else entirely. I believed he was an angel. And I'm not saying that in a cute, daddy's my hero type of way. Like, I really believed it. Michael the Archangel, protector, healer, all of that. It made sense to me, especially when I was sick. I used to throw up a lot as a kid, and every single time, my dad would be right there on the bathroom floor with me, praying over me like he knew something I didn't. And somehow, I always felt better, every time. So in my mind, that confirmed it. And if I'm being honest, I liked the idea that I was the only one who knew. My parents are both DC natives. My mother is from Northwest, raised primarily by her mother, who was raising 6 children on her own. Her father, a jazz singer in DC, was part of her early life, but after her parents divorced, his presence faded. Becoming a mother at just 17 forced my mother to grow up fast. She turned into a hustler out of necessity, doing whatever it took to provide. Raising 2 kids on her own shaped her into a by any means necessary kind of woman, often working 2 or 3 jobs at a time just to make it work. My father, on the other hand, was a charmer from Southeast DC. He spent many of his early summers in Greenwood, South Carolina, which gave him a different kind of balance. He was raised by a strong-willed mother, and his stepfather was the man who stepped in and showed up, a quiet presence, more action than words. Like my mom, he also came from a broken home. He married young in his 20s, and during that time he had 3 sons. Watching my parents' relationship growing up, I learned the wrong lessons early. Arguing, threatening to leave, that all felt normal to me. I thought that kind of tension meant passion, that fighting meant you cared enough to stay. Don't get me wrong, they looked the part, a beautiful couple, always put together, always stepping out clean. We were well dressed, well kept. There was an image to maintain. but behind closed doors, they were just as toxic as anybody else. I was about 9 when they got married. No build-up, no big moment. They came home from work like it was just another day and said, "We got married on our way to work today." "Congratulations," I replied, barely looking up, more focused on figuring out what we were eating for dinner. That's when I went from Brooke Harden to Brooke Holiday. Before that, the kids at school had a field day with my name, Brooke Garden, over and over like it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. It stuck, and I hated it. But Holiday, that shut it down. Nothing to twist, nothing to rhyme, just a name they had to say correctly. For once, it felt like I had a name they couldn't play with, one they actually had to respect. As a child, I had the same dreams over and over. In one, my mother would be scratching me with her signature red nails, sharp, deliberate, almost like she was trying to leave a mark. I never understood why. It didn't match how I saw her in real life, but the feeling in the dream was always the same: fear. Then there were the dreams about my aunt, the one who had already passed before I was even born. I never met her, but people always said I looked like her. In the dream, she'd be at the bottom of the stairs, calling my name in a voice that felt both familiar and wrong. I'd hear her footsteps slowly making their way up, each step louder than the last. I'd be in bed, eyes squeezed shut, pretending I was asleep, hoping she wouldn't come any closer, but she always did. She'd stop at the foot of my bed and start tickling my feet. Not in a playful way, not in a way that made you laugh, in a way that made your skin crawl. I never knew what those dreams meant. I just knew they stayed with me, coming back again and again when I was a child. My parents always surrounded themselves with what they considered affluent friends. They liked being in successful circles. Attorneys, detectives, accountants, even archaeologists. People who lived in places like Potomac, an upscale suburb just outside of D.C. in Montgomery County. They moved in those spaces comfortably, like that's where they belonged. Status mattered to them. So putting me in modeling and etiquette classes felt like a natural extension of that image, something they could talk about, something that reflected well on them. I was also enrolled in ballet, tap, and modern dance. On paper, it all looked polished, but my reality was different. We lived in a nice middle-class neighborhood surrounded by lower-income apartment complexes. No matter how much they tried to curate a certain lifestyle, eventually those worlds started to overlap, at least for us kids. I was the youngest out of all my siblings and cousins on my mother's side, so naturally I was the easy target, the one everyone messed with. I remember being genuinely excited whenever we were all together. I'd squeeze myself onto the couch, just happy to be included, listening to records with them. To me, that was quality time, but they had other plans. My sister Misha, always the ringleader, would act like she was just changing the record so we could keep the vibe going, but there was always something behind it. She knew I was terrified of this one record. It would start off quiet, then suddenly this loud church-like bell would ring, ding, dong, echoing in a way that felt like it would never stop. This time they had already planned it. As soon as she switched the record, everyone scattered, hiding, leaving me alone in the house with that sound. I ran from room to room, calling their names, heart racing, trying to find them while that bell kept ringing in the background. And if that wasn't enough, my brother Percy had his own way of messing with me. At night, when I was trying to fall asleep, he'd stand right outside my bedroom door and sing Blondie's One Way or Another, but not normally. He'd drag it out in this shaky, eerie voice. One way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you, get you, get you. Just low enough to creep under the door. I'd lay there, frozen, staring into the dark, too scared to move, waiting for him to stop. I'll show you something if you show me yours, a little white boy whispered during nap time, doing something that immediately made me uncomfortable. I turned over on my cot and squeezed my eyes shut, wishing the moment would disappear. I just wanted the day to be over. I couldn't wait to go home. School never felt like a place I belonged. I always felt out of place, like I didn't quite fit no matter where I sat or who I was around. Before they were old enough to move out, my brother Percy and sister Misha were supposed to pick me up from preschool. Most times they forgot. They were older, living their own lives, moving fast, having fun, doing what teenagers do. And honestly, when they did remember, sometimes I wish they hadn't. They'd come home with food, making milkshakes and laughing together like I wasn't even there. Can I have some? No, I'm finna make you some pork and beans, Misha would snap. Pork and beans. It was always pork and beans. And I remember thinking, even if I couldn't fully process it then, that it wasn't really about the food. It was about feeling like an afterthought, like I didn't quite belong anywhere. Not at school, not at home. I remember my parents heading to work in the mornings, dropping me off at the neighbor's house so I could wait for the bus. I was still in elementary school, and the boy who watched me was older, on the edge of his teenage years. We'd sit and watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, just passing time. But there were moments that didn't feel right, even if I didn't have the words for it back then. He would gently turn my face toward him and kiss me on the lips, lingering in a way that felt confusing, out of place. And those moments, they shape you. They teach you early how to shrink, how to stay quiet, how to accept what's given, even when it doesn't feel right. I didn't know it then, but I would carry that feeling with me for a long time. After school, I'd sometimes go over to my friend Maria's house. Her family was Salvadoran, and her mom was in the kitchen cooking real meals full of flavor. It felt warm there, safe. That's also where I was introduced to Selena, the queen of Tejano music. Maria played her non-stop. When Selena died, I didn't fully understand the weight of it, but Maria did. I could feel it in the way she sang along, like every word meant something personal. We'd sit in her room, music playing, and she'd belt out the lyrics like she was holding on to something she didn't want to lose. One day, she looked at me and said, "Want to see something? But we gotta hurry." Curious, I followed her down the hall into her brother's room. "Hurry up before he gets back," she whispered. She dropped to the floor and reached under his bed, pulling out a case. Inside was a pack of Newport cigarettes. "Want to try one?" she asked, already grabbing one for herself. My heart started racing. I was nervous, but more than that, I was excited. "Mom, me and Brooke are going to the park," she yelled out casually. We slipped out and made our way to the woods by the park, hidden just enough so no one, especially no adults, could see us. We lit the cigarettes. I took a pull and immediately started choking so hard I thought I might throw up. My head spun instantly. So this was the buzz people chased so easily. It didn't feel cool. It didn't feel good. I didn't touch another cigarette after that, not until I was an adult anyways. My parents were pretty relaxed about sleepovers. If I wanted to go, they usually said yes. The only problem was I almost always got sick. At home, we didn't have a lot of junk food or sugar, so whenever I went to a friend's house, I'd overdo it. Candy, soda, snacks, I had no limits. It never ended well. More than once, my mom had to come pick me up early because I'd made myself sick, cutting the sleepover short. One night, I was at a girl named Cindy's house. She was white, like the other 3 girls she invited. I was the only black girl there. Cindy's mom was a lesbian, so seeing 2 women together wasn't strange to me. At the time, stuff like that felt normal, especially with infomercials like Girls Gone Wild that would come on in the wee hours of the morning back then. The night started off fine, but I could tell I was a little more guarded than usual. I didn't know the other girls, and something about the energy felt off. Then one of them said, "Hey guys, I brought a Ouija board." She pulled it out and set it up like it was just a game. They all gathered around, placing their hands on the planchette, waiting for me to join. I didn't hesitate. Can I use your phone?" I said, trying to sound casual. I stepped away, found the phone, and called my mom. "Come get me, now." I didn't always trust my instincts back then, but that night, I did. I was what they call a latchkey kid, coming home from school to an empty house because my parents were still at work. That was my routine starting in elementary school. I'd get off the bus, walk in, and go straight to the phone. "Mom, I'm home." "Good. Did you lock the door?" "Yes." "Make sure you do your homework first, feed the dog, and clean up the backyard." We had a fawn-colored boxer named Lady. As soon as I hung up, though, all that responsibility faded. I'd flip on the TV, Woody Woodpecker, grab some snacks, and settle in. Homework, the dog, the chores, all of it could wait. Being alone that much as a kid, you hear that saying, "an idle mind is the devil's playground," and it starts to make sense. In the beginning, it was harmless. I'd play my parents' records, sit there for hours, or write out the lyrics to my favorite songs I recorded off the radio. It was my own little world. But as I got older, that freedom started to shift. I began inviting people from school over, something my parents were strictly against. But in my mind, it didn't matter. They weren't home, so how would they ever know? People love to compare their families to the Brady Bunch. That wasn't us. We were blended, sure, but not together like that. All 5 of my siblings are more than 7 years older than me, already living their own lives or in different households. So even though I technically had siblings, I still felt like an only child most of the time. When my parents got together, my dad had 3 sons and my mom had a son and daughter. Then they had me. My brothers, Dante and Miles, always came over on the weekends. They lived in Maryland with my dad's ex-wife. Miles was always in trouble, skipping school, getting into fights. I don't recall what Miles did this time, but I do remember Dad having a punishment already lined up for him
with their mom. Let's see, what time stamp was that? Oh.
School. I'd get off the bus, walk in, and go straight to the phone. Harmless. I'd play my parents' records, sit there for hours, or write out the lyrics to my favorite songs I recorded off the radio. It was my own little world. But as I got older, that freedom started to shift. I began inviting people from school over, something my parents were strictly against, getting into fights. I don't recall what Miles did this time, but I do remember Dad we were blended, sure, but not together like that. All 5 of my siblings are more than 7 years older than me, already living their own lives or in different households. So even though I technically had siblings, I still felt like an only child most of the time. When my parents got together, my dad had 3 sons and my mom had a son and daughter. Then they had me. My brother...
1825. All right.
Dante and Miles always came over on the weekends. They lived in Maryland with my dad's ex-wife. Miles was always in trouble, skipping school, getting into fights. I don't recall what Miles did this time, but I do remember Dad having a punishment already lined up for him when he came over. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was November of '92. Miles, you're going to rake the leaves and wax the floors. Yes, sir, Miles softly replied. And your sister Brooke is going to help you, Dad added. What? Why was I being included in his punishment? I thought to myself. Here I was with Miles, raking leaves and waxing the wooden floors on my hands and knees. After you guys are done, we're going to the movies. Alas, a light at the end of the tunnel. We're taking you to see Malcolm X. The light quickly dimmed. Malcolm X? What kid wants to see that? As an adult, the Malcolm X movie was a masterpiece, not something a child could appreciate. As I got older, like most girls, I grew more of an interest in how I looked, sneaking red lipstick that I stole from my sister and wearing it to school, making sure my high ponytail and bangs resembled Lisa Left Eye Lopes. No matter how much of a bother I seemed to be to my siblings, I looked up to them. All of them, especially my sister Misha. She was 13 years older, and in my eyes, she had it all. Friends, fashion, freedom. She moved out early, but that didn't stop me. I was at her house every chance I got. I watched her closely, probably more than she realized. I wanted that life. So when she finally took me to a go-go when I was 12, I thought I was ready. I wasn't. Go-go is the local music that originated in Washington, D.C. during the mid-1970s. Live bands, continuous pockets that blend funk, R&B, and hip-hop. It's defined by heavy conga drums, cowbells, and call-and-response vocals designed to keep audiences dancing. It was around 11 p.m. We pulled up to the Icebox in NEDC. The Icebox was known as an all-ages
Northeast. Okay. That was about the 20.
Club and sometimes featured soft porn videos and exotic dancers, but tonight we were going to see a go-go band. I wasn't sure if it was Northeast Groovers, Backyard Band, Junkyard Band, or Rare Essence, but it didn't matter. All of them cranked. I walked in trying to look like I belonged, but people immediately called it out. Look at your young ass. And they weren't wrong. I looked young. I was young. I had a fresh blowout, gray sweatpants, and a white t-shirt with fresh white Reebok princesses. I was so embarrassed, but wanting to be there mattered more than feeling comfortable. That's a pattern you'll notice about me. Misha grabbed her drink and made her way to the front because she knew the band members, of course. I stayed in the back watching everything, trying not to draw attention to myself. The music pulled you in. It was impossible not to feel it. I started moving just a little, thinking nobody noticed. Then out of nowhere, hands grabbed me by my waist. Before I could react, I was pulled down into someone's lap, a heavyset man in a wheelchair. And just like that, I realized I was in a space I wasn't ready for. I froze. His hands were still on me, holding me in place. I struggled to get up, but he held on tighter. It took everything in me to finally pull away when I did. I didn't say anything. I didn't tell anyone. I just kept it moving like it didn't happen. But I learned something at that moment. Just because a girl tries to be grown doesn't mean the world should treat her like she is. That wouldn't be the last lesson I learned. Looking back, my silence says more about
for my first go-go though. Okay, we're done with chapter 1, you guys. Now we're about to get. Now, chapter 2 was the real one I don't like. Chapter 2. Let's get into it.
Chapter 2. The Rumor. People always describe me as quiet, but that wasn't really it. I just wasn't the type to force myself into conversations.
It's the audiobook.
I just didn't feel the need to say everything I was thinking, unless you knew me. If you knew me, I was funny. I had a personality. I could make people laugh without even trying. But if you didn't, I stayed to myself, and I felt everything. That was my biggest problem. I was the type to gravitate toward people who needed something, people with rough backgrounds, people going through things. I always felt like I had to show up for people, prove I was real, prove I was down. What I didn't realize back then was people see that and they take advantage of it. They see when you don't say no, when you don't push back, when you let things slide. I was technically a walking lick. Before I knew it, I had people borrowing my clothes and never giving them back, taking things from my house, disrespecting my space, even setting me up in situations I didn't even ask to be in. Looking back, I hate how passive I was, but back then I thought being nice meant being accepted. I gave my friendship and companionship to people who never deserved it. They saw a light in me and tried to dim it, and one day they finally did. My house became the hangout spot, and I don't even know how it happened. People would just show up. No call, no invite, just knock on the door like it was normal. And I would open it every time because I wanted to feel included. They live like the Huxtables, one kid said the first time they stepped into my house. And honestly, I couldn't even argue with that. That's exactly what it felt like. Cherrywood dining room set, oversized decorative vases, Persian rugs laid out like we were somebody. My mom was deep in her decor bag back then. Still is.
Okay. And I'm also making edits to this narrator's. Because if she, like, misses a word. Chapter 2. Like we were somebody important. Page 21. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Like we were somebody important. What's the timestamp? 9 minutes. I mean, not 9 minutes. 1:54. All right. Go.
Everything had to look polished, put together, intentional. It gave off that quiet, sophisticated energy, like we had something to uphold. My mom probably would have blushed hearing that comparison. I used to tell her all the time she reminded me of Claire, beautiful, graceful, sharp, always in control. And in my eyes, she really was. My mom was tough, cut from the same cloth as her own mother. My sister, being only 17 years younger than her, never really got the chance to see her any other way. They grew up side by side more than anything, so their relationship stayed on the surface, strictly mother and daughter. My sister saw the harsher sides of her, and over time that turned into resentment. Me, I experienced her differently. I had to learn how to get past that hard exterior, and I did it the only way I knew how, through humor. If I could make her laugh, I could soften the moment, ease whatever consequences were coming my way. Looking back, I realized I figured out early how to shift things in my favor, how to read the room, adjust, and navigate my way through it. My dad wasn't as tough as my mom, but he had a presence that could still make you straighten up. It took a lot to push him to anger, but when it happened, you felt it. You definitely didn't want to be in the room. Outside of that, he was the one who taught me that healing could come from within. Our pantry stayed stocked with herbs, something for everything. He'd take me to the herb shop with him, making sure we always had what we needed. It was his way of caring for us, quietly. Still, that same man who kept jars of herbs lined up in the pantry also made time for me in other ways. He'd take me out on little daddy-daughter dates, introducing me to things I'd never tried before. Sushi, escargot, French snails at that. He was shaping my taste, my curiosity, my perspective, without ever making a big deal out of it. Of course, when friends came over, they were more curious than anything. "Can you smoke it?" they'd ask. I didn't know, but I was willing to find out. I didn't have rolling papers, so I'd tear one of those blank pages from the front of the Bible, the ones with no words on them. And before anybody judges, I made sure it was a blank page. We'd light it, and the flame would flare up bigger than expected, like we were being called out right then and there. We'd smoke it anyway, but I never felt anything. Then again, I didn't really know what I was supposed to feel. I hadn't even smoked weed before. One day after school, I'm home alone in the basement watching TV when I heard a knock upstairs. I went up and peeked out of the window. It was him, the middle school bully, Diablo. He stood about 5 feet 4 inches, super stocky, with a shark-shaped pointy forehead, complete with the suck your thumb overbite. He had someone else with him, another boy from school, just standing there behind him. "Open the door, I need to use the phone," he said. I hesitated, but fear makes decisions for you, so I unlocked it. "The phone's in the kitchen," I said, but he didn't go to the kitchen. Everything shifted, fast. "Fuck that phone, give me some head." "What?" I said with a chuckle, obviously thinking this was a joke because I wasn't even sexually active, nor was I attracted to this monster. The other guy was just standing there like a prop, not uttering a sound. "Bitch, you gonna give me some head." Diablo grabbed my arm and yanked me down the first flight of stairs, landing me on the platform, on my knees. I looked up the stairs, and there was the accomplice staring down at my tear-filled eyes, not uttering a word. That part stayed with me just as much as everything else. Diablo unzips his pants. The scent of urine and BO rushed my nostrils as he placed the head of his penis on my lips. "Please, please," I pleaded. "Please don't do this." "Open your mouth, bitch," he demanded. I closed my eyes and cried as he moved in and out of my mouth. I couldn't bear it anymore. I threw up in my mouth and ran to the kitchen sink to wash my mouth out. I don't remember how they left, but it was quiet, too quiet. I cried until my parents came home from work. Then I straightened up like nothing happened. I buried it, never speaking of it, till now. The next day at school, I knew something was off. People were looking at me, whispering. Then a girl who never uttered a word to me before came up to me and asked straight up, "Did you suck Diablo dick? He said you did." My heart dropped. "What? No," I said. But it didn't matter. The story had already been told. And somehow, the version that got told made me look like I chose it. That part messed with me more than anything. I didn't defend myself. I didn't tell anyone what really happened. The rumor spread fast. I now have inherited the title of having the best head when I wasn't even sexually active. Guys would lie and say they got head from me to seem cool, talking about me like they knew me. And I stayed quiet because I didn't even know how to explain what really happened. If I ever thought about calling the police, it wasn't fear of them, it was fear of my parents being embarrassed. Embarrassed by me, by my decisions, especially after being told not to have anyone over while they were gone. I was scared of getting in trouble, of disappointing them more than anything. I didn't want them to look bad. That mindset followed me into school. I was afraid to fight, even when I was being picked on. People learned that quickly. They knew I wouldn't react because in my head, I wasn't just thinking about myself. I was thinking about my parents, their image, what they expected. They didn't want a ghetto kid causing scenes, and I carried that like a rule I couldn't break. Looking back, they probably wouldn't have reacted the way I imagined, but back then, it felt real. So I kept everything in, swallowed it, and let it sit inside me. That was the moment something in me changed. I didn't have the words for it back then, but I wasn't the same after that.
Okay. Let's move on to chapter, 3? We're on chapter 3.
Chapter 3, GTA. It was spring break in middle school. I came up with a plan to steal my mom's car keys since I knew that day she'd be carpooling with my dad. I wanted to joyride with my friends. Even saying that now sounds crazy, but at the time it made perfect sense to me. The second my parents left for work, I got dressed like I had somewhere important to be. My mom's rose-colored Toyota Camry sat outside waiting, a stick shift. I had never driven before, but I thought I knew enough. I was wrong. I picked up Monique first. She didn't hesitate to get in. Monique was one of those girls who had the fan ponytail who liked to fight. I remember letting her borrow my DKNY bowling tennis shoes. They were noticeably too small for her feet, but she managed to get down our school hallways with a new pigeon-toed walk. "Let's go pick up Nika," Monique suggested. We pulled up to Nika's house and beeped the horn. Nika grinned ear to ear with her wide smile as she hopped in. Now I had a car full. We were really doing this. "Let's go to the Metro PCS store in Gum Springs," Nika suggested. The year was 1995, and Metro PCS had the beepers and the Nextel phones back then. I'm driving, if you can even call it that, because the car was struggling, jerking, grinding, making sounds I definitely should have been concerned about. Then came the smell. Burning rubber, strong enough that I noticed it immediately and ignored it just as fast, because at that point, turning around would have meant that I didn't know what I was doing, and I wasn't ready to do that. We were one light away from our destination when the car stopped completely. And before I could even process what happened, doors opened, feet hit pavement, and they ran, left me. No hesitation, no, "Are you good?" No, "What are we going to do?" Just gone. Just as things couldn't have gotten any worse, I noticed a Fairfax County police officer behind me with his lights on. I knew I was done. There was no version of this where I should have been getting off easy. But somehow I did. Not only was I driving illegally, I stole my mom's car. Somehow the officer just asked if I needed help. "Ma'am, do you need help moving your vehicle out of the way?" he politely offered. "Ma'am?" I almost laughed, but I didn't. "Yes," I said quickly. "Please." I smiled, polite, grateful, like I belonged there. And it worked. He pushed the car into a parking lot, didn't ask questions, didn't press me, just left. I sat there for a second, staring at the steering wheel. What now? That's when I heard a voice from above. "You need a tow number? You can use my phone." I looked up. A girl from school, someone I recognized. Isha was her name. I knew of her and she knew of me. I graciously obliged. "Yes, thank you so much, girl." I went upstairs to her apartment and scanned the yellow book, calling the first tow truck company I saw. When he got there, he named his price. I didn't have $1 to my name, but I looked him dead in the face and said, "My money is at the house." I almost believed it. The ride home felt long, too long. My mind raced the whole time, trying to figure out how I was going to fix this. I just needed that car in front of my parents' house before my parents got home. Then it came to me. Dan, my neighbor. I knew he'd be outside. He's always outside. Chain-smoking cigarettes, drinking black coffee, and watching everything, while his two redhead, freckle-faced sons ate hot dogs straight out of the pack. We pulled up to my house, Dan outside watching the tow man unhitch my mom's car right where she left it. I ran across the street to Dan and pleaded, "Mr. Dan?" He took a long drag of a cigarette. "Can you pay the tow man? My parents will pay you back when they get home," I reassured him. "Sure," Dan said without hesitation. Relieved, I pointed in Dan's direction and told the tow truck driver, "He's going to give you the money." The nightmare was almost over. Now I just have to face my parents. When they got home, there was no getting around it. Dan was still outside greeting my parents when they pulled in the driveway, filling them in on everything he's witnessed for the day. They finally reached the front door. I stood there. No story, no excuse, just the truth. And the look on their faces, that was worse than any punishment. Disappointment. That kind of silence stays with you. That day taught me something. Plans don't always go how you think they will. And people, they don't always stay when things go left.
Okay. We're about to go to chapter 4. We're about to go to chapter 4, guys. Chapter 3, I didn't have any notes. Doesn't look like. Yeah, I didn't have any notes for chapter 3. Hold on. I gotta take my waist trainer off, guys. Alright, so let's listen to chapter 4 now. Eee! She's doing good.
Chapter 4. Pretty ain't free. High school was coming. Big league territory. And I was determined to step into freshman year as a new version of myself. I went all in on the look. A full sew-in. My first weave, not counting braids. No leave out. Everything tucked away. My natural hair braided underneath, completely hidden. When it was done, it didn't even feel like me. It felt like an upgrade, and I wore it like one. On the first day of school, I stepped out in a black sleeveless dress that hit just above my knees, scattered with small white flowers. Black patent leather chunky heels, matching bag, black lip liner with silver lipstick because it was 1996 and that's what the girls were doing. I walked those hallways like I had something to prove, and for the first time, I actually felt it. "She looks like Lil' Kim," somebody said, pointing as I passed. I heard it, and I didn't shrink. I leaned into it. So this is what it feels like, I thought. And in the 90s, looking like Lil' Kim, that wasn't an insult. That was a compliment. In the beginning, I leaned into high school. I was excited, open to whatever it was about to become. Then came Romeo and Juliet. That story did something to me. It woke up this hopeless romantic I didn't even know was there. I couldn't stop talking about it, reading the book, watching every version of the movie I could find, replaying it all in my head like it was real life. At home, I had an audience, my nephew. He was only 7 at the time, Misha's firstborn, but to me, he felt more like a little brother. Anything I learned at school, I brought home and taught him too. Whether it was Shakespeare or math equations, I passed it down like it mattered. And it stuck. He was always ahead of his class, sharp, curious, soaking everything up. He's a successful scientist now, by the way, but I'm getting ahead of myself. That excitement didn't last long. Reality set in during tryouts for the junior varsity cheerleading squad. At first, everything felt right. I showed up, waited my turn, stepped out with confidence, and when the music hit, I nailed the routine. The energy was there. I felt it. Then came the results. I made it. A freshman on JV cheer. I was proud. "What size shoe do you wear?" one of the varsity girls asked. She was in charge of uniforms. "A 6, I said, smiling, still riding that high. My first pep rally came soon after. I put the shoes on and immediately felt it. Tight, uncomfortably tight. But I told myself they just needed to be broken in. The more I moved, the worse it got. By the time it was over, I could barely hide how uncomfortable I was. At home, I tried to fix it. I wore them around the house, up and down the stairs, trying to stretch them out, hoping they'd be ready by game day. They weren't. By the first game, I was pushing through straight pain. The shoes were stiff, unforgiving, like they hadn't loosened at all. In between cheers, one of the girls looked at me. "Are you okay?" "No, my shoes are way too small." "Did you order your size?" I asked, confused. She looked at me, then smirked a little. "You should have ordered 2 sizes up." The other girls started laughing. "I think you're just a..."
Okay. So, chapter 4. She missed some stuff. Chapter 4, page 29. Did you order your size? And that is timestamp around 3:30. Okay, let's keep going.
Victim of hazing. Hazing? What the hell was that? And why was it happening to me? I didn't know it then, but hazing was their way of testing you, breaking you down a little, seeing what you tolerate just to belong. Needless to say, I didn't cheer another day. I quit. I didn't feel the need to prove myself to these snobs just to fit in. And on top of that, my grades were starting to slip. "Your PE teacher called me today," my dad said one evening. "He told me you're not dressing out or participating." "My PE class is the easiest class, Brooke," my mom added. "Why aren't you doing it?" "I have its second period, and they don't even let us shower after," I explained. "That's no excuse," my mom shot back. The next time I walked into PE, my teacher had this smirk on his face, like he already knew. He was this overweight, bald white man who seemed to get a kick out of provoking students. I couldn't help but think, how is he the PE teacher? And why am I supposed to listen to someone who clearly doesn't live what he's teaching? Still, I dressed out that day. Instead of running, me and an 11th grade girl I had started hanging with walked the track in quiet protest. Because really, who did he think he was? No showers, but we're expected to sweat through second period like it's nothing. Every time we passed him, he'd spit sunflower seed shells onto the track. Disgusting. Then, out of nowhere, I saw my dad walking across the parking lot toward the field. "That's my dad," I said, and just like that, I broke into a jog. My friend followed right behind me. Just the motivation I needed, I guess. The rumor that started in middle school didn't stay there. They followed me. By the time I got older, they had taken on a life of their own. So much so that when I finally chose to give my virginity to someone, he didn't even believe me when I said I was a virgin. Every Sunday I was in church. It was one of those mega churches, but we'd been there since the beginning, back when it was still small, back when it was tucked away in Northeast DC, in a neighborhood, looking more like a house than a church. I watched it grow. But one thing that never changed was the choir. They always hit. Even as a kid, the music did something to me. It would rise up and hit me in my chest, bringing me to tears, like I was carrying burdens I didn't even understand yet, like I was a grown woman with real-life problems. Still, I was always analytical, so when people would catch the Holy Ghost, I couldn't just accept it at face value. I'd watch closely, trying to make sense of it, because to me, it didn't look holy. It looked like something else entirely. My father was a deacon who later became a minister. My mother, wanting us to feel connected, signed us both up to be greeters. Our role was simple: stand at the doors and welcome everyone in with a hug. Looking back, I think about all the energy exchanges, good and bad, all those different people, all those emotions passing through you every Sunday. No wonder why my parents would often argue after church, like they carried more than just the message back with them. One Sunday, I was chosen to lead the congregation in our confessions. Not confessions in the Catholic sense, but affirmations, a call and response meant to uplift. I am somebody was how it began. I knew them by heart, could have said them in my sleep, but the moment I stepped on that stage, I froze. It was like everything in my mind just shut off, blank. I couldn't get a single word out. Someone had to step in and finish it for me. Every Sunday after church, we went straight to my grandmother's house, my father's mother. Sunday dinner wasn't optional. It was tradition, and I looked forward to it. That's where I got to see my brothers, Miles and Dante, and all my cousins. Hollywood, my brother Miles would greet me as we double cheek kissed. My grandparents handled most of the cooking, and once we got there, my mom would usually step in to make something a little healthier for my dad. The house was always full, loud, full of laughter, full of life. After dinner, we'd clear our plates and dump whatever scraps were left into Spike's bowl. Spike was my grandmother's dog, a boxer pit bull mix who stayed in the backyard. Most people kept their distance from him. Spike was unpredictable. He had a reputation for snapping, for going off without warning. You never really knew what version of him you were going to get. But with me, it was different. I wasn't afraid of him, not a little. When I was younger, I'd grab his bones and toss them just to watch him chase after them. Sometimes I'd climb on his back, laughing, riding him around like he was a pony. Looking back, it probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, but for some reason, Spike never turned on me. Somehow, my grandmother had gotten wind of my crush on Puff Daddy, and she didn't believe in holding back. Puff Daddy? He sure is an ugly little thing, ain't he? It hit me harder than it should have. I felt the lump rise in my throat instantly. I pushed back from the table and ran to the nearest bedroom, crying like something had been taken from me. My mom came right behind me, trying to comfort me like we actually knew him. Looking back, I wondered...
Hold on. We have an interruption. Someone else is going to have to get Zeppy. I'm not getting it. We're on chapter 4, guys. I just didn't want you guys to start doing it. That's why I said Friday. Because sometimes you might overlook the date. Mm-hmm. Tell Fat Man to listen out for Zeppy because I'm not going outside.
If my grandmother saw something I couldn't yet, something deeper than looks, maybe she was picking up on a spirit I was too young to recognize. At the end of 9th grade, the news came down. I wasn't passing. My parents weren't having that. They were set on me graduating with my class, so summer school wasn't a suggestion, it was the plan. Even though I went to school in Virginia, they enrolled me in a program in Maryland so my grandmother, the same one who hosted Sunday dinners, could take me every day. The first day was easy enough. Small class, just a handful of students. I was the only one from Virginia. I stayed to myself, like I always did, head down, focused, getting the work done. As class ended, the teacher asked me to stay behind. "Brooke, why are you here? You know the work." I shrugged it off, but I knew. When I walked out of the building, my grandmother's car was waiting out front. "Grandma, can we stop by the beauty supply store before we go home?" I asked. She didn't hesitate. All right, it only took one day of summer school for me to feel the shift. There was this one girl, loud, confident, the center of attention. The boys watched her, the girls noticed her, and she had a head full of weave. I had short hair at the time, but not for long. All I needed were some tracks and a little glue. As soon as we got back to my grandmother's house, I rushed to the bathroom and got to work. I managed to glue in one track before realizing I couldn't do this alone. I peeked into the family room. My grandmother was sitting there, relaxed, watching TV. "Grandma?" I called softly. Everyone knew not to interrupt her during her stories. "Yes, baby?" "Can you help me put these tracks in my hair?" "Tracks? You know Grandma can't see. Let me get my glasses." "It's easy," I said. "Just part my hair, glue the track in, and keep going." I sat on a pillow on the floor between her legs while she followed my directions as best she could. My grandmother was a tough woman, but when it came to her grandchildren, no wasn't a word she used often. The next day of summer school, the attention came fast, faster than I expected. The boys noticed me immediately. Suddenly, they were hovering, flirting, offering to help with my work like they'd been waiting for a reason. And just like that, I stepped on somebody's toes. "Oh, you got tracks now," she said, laughing with the other girls. The same girl who had all the attention the day before. I didn't respond. I kept my head down and focused on my work, but I could feel it. She was bothered. And honestly, that had nothing to do with me. I wasn't looking for her approval. But if I'm being real, I can't even tell you why that attention from the boys mattered so much to me. It shouldn't have. I had a father who was present, who showed up. So what was I really looking for?
Okay. Chapter 5. We're about to read chapter 5, guys. Let's see. Okay. Let me not do that. Okay. Chapter 5.
Chapter 5. The Best Friend. I didn't choose my friends. People chose me, and I let them. Looking back, that explains a lot. The summer after my ninth grade year, my sister introduced me to this dude from Gum Springs. His name was William.
Hey, Giuseppe. Thank you.
William was cool. He made me laugh. Laughed me right out my panties once. That one time was enough for what was about to come. Upon entering 10th grade, I started hearing whispers around school that some girl wanted me to fight me because I messed with her boyfriend. Here we go again. More drama. All I did was vibe back then. I wasn't giving niggas a background check, and that was my problem. When I found out who it was I was rumored to have messed with, the rumors were actually true this time. The threats were coming from an all-girls facility for wayward teens, aka juvenile detention. Naturally, my anxiety is in overdrive. I imagine this girl looked like the stereotypical jailbird depicted in movies, a female Debo. I was warned she'll be released very soon and to watch my back. A week later, a cute, slim, thick red bone with a gapped tooth stopped me in the hallway between classes. "Are you Brooke?" she asked. "Yeah? Why?" My heart started racing. "I'm Delaney. You know my boyfriend, William?" "Yeah, I met him a couple months ago through my sister," I responded. "Did you know he had a girlfriend?" she quizzed. "No, he never mentioned it," I replied. She smiled. I stood there, confused. "I like you," she said. I smiled, relieved I wasn't about to get into a physical altercation with this cute convict. "He's old news now. I got my eye on someone else," she said with conviction. From that day on, we were inseparable. Best friends. Delaney was everything I wasn't. Bold, fearless, and I was drawn to it. She lived in the hood and repped for her hood proudly. This is when I left my suburban middle-class neighborhood and started hanging out in the hood. I was always at Delaney's house. Her mother was the neighborhood daycare provider. Miss Donna was a white lady, but you wouldn't know it. She cooked like a black lady, raised black children, and was always looking out for the community. Delaney started to grow fond of a dude named Blue. He didn't go to our school. I don't think he went to school at all. He was older than us. Blue was dark-skinned with a chipped tooth. Delaney was smitten. Blue was a hustler. He sold yak. That's what we called crack back then. It seemed like everyone on the highway sold it. Blue used to sling in the streets with his twin cousins, Pete and Paul. They were twins. Pete started to notice me hanging around his neck of the woods. "Delaney, who's that?" Pete asked, looking in my direction. "That's my bestie, Brooke. You want to meet her?" "Yeah, tell her to come here." "Brooke, come here real quick. I got someone who wants to meet you." Nervous, I made my way closer to where Delaney and Pete were standing. "What's up?" I broke the ice. "Nothing. Pete just wanted to meet you," Delaney said. "How you doing?" Pete interjected. "I'm good," I replied. "You cute." "I know," I agreed. Pete and I laughed. "Let me give y'all some privacy or whatever." Delaney excused herself. There was something about him that I liked. His teeth. I would find any little thing to like about a guy, even the ones that may be less appealing. Hanging with Delaney in her neck of the woods was exhilarating to me. People were always outside. Kids, hustlers, cluckers, ice cream trucks. It was always action in the hood. I loved it. I was so intrigued. Needless to say, Delaney and I were bunned up. Delaney had Blue. I had Pete. Occasionally, Delaney would agree to skip school with me so we could hang out in Colchester with our boyfriends. We'd all met at Martin's apartment. He had a ghetto Asian girlfriend, Mindy, who lived with him. Delaney and I were just there being supportive girlfriends, listening to Cash Money Big Timers while Blue and Pete cooked and cut the coke. Delaney was rough, but she was very book smart, always putting school first. Blue and Pete challenged us to do what they do. They gave us the yak and we stood on the corner exchanging drugs and money like it was nothing. I even brought yak to school to sell. One day in my language arts class, I showed my classmate the yak. "What's that?" JB asked as we sat in a dimly lit classroom watching the Scarlet Letter. "It's yak. Do you know anybody fucking with it?" "Yeah," JB said quickly. "My uncle." "All right, you can cop this for a dub." "Bet," JB agreed. He reached in his backpack and pulled out a $20 bill. We quickly made the exchange, and that was that. Literally, I never saw JB again after that day. It's a mystery what happened to him. What if the crack wasn't for his uncle? What if I'm the one who introduced him to hard drugs? It's like he fell off the face of the earth. The guilt I've lived with since then. But I wasn't done making bad decisions. One thing I started to notice about Delaney, she didn't take too kindly to people complimenting me too much. One of her cousins once said, "Delaney, you're cute, but Brooke is beautiful." "Nuh-uh," Delaney quickly rebutted. Again, I quietly observed, didn't utter a word. Why couldn't she just say, "I think we're both beautiful," and leave it at that? That was a red flag I kept in my back pocket. Delaney and I were walking with our boyfriends from Colchester through Audubon to go to the 7-Eleven on the highway. We weren't seeing eye to eye, and our boyfriends were tired of hearing us bicker back and forth over whatever petty disagreement we had. "If you so mad, take this and point it at her." Blue pulled out a .45 caliber, handing it to Delaney.
Okay. Chapter 5 isn't finished. So she didn't finish chapter 5. This is why it's important to listen to your narrator, because, we're all human. So, all right, so let's go to chapter 6. And, yeah.
Chapter 6, The Move. Everything started catching up to me at the same time. Like life got tired of giving me passes and finally decided to collect. By this point, my parents had already moved to Maryland. They built this big waterfront house. Peaceful, quiet. The kind of place you go when you're done with chaos. Meanwhile, I was still in Virginia, in the same house, around the same people, moving the same way. The agreement was simple. Stay behind, finish school, graduate with my friends, but don't get in trouble. That part, yeah, I completely ignored it. Misha turned my parents' old house into hers. They rented it to her when they moved to Maryland, and you could tell. The whole place smelled like incense, music always playing. It felt like her. One Saturday evening, we were just vibing until there was a knock at the door. Who is that? I got nosy, ran downstairs as Misha opened it. It was Sir. Hey, baby, he said to her. Baby, I thought. Brooke, you know Sir. Sir, this is my little sister Brooke. I know little Brooke, he replied, biting his lip. That annoyed me. Misha always liked her men younger, but this wasn't fair. My sister was messing with my work crush. What's up? I said, already irritated. Then I went back upstairs to my room. After that, whenever Sir was around, something felt different, tense. Once I was in the kitchen grabbing something to eat. Misha was upstairs, and that's when Sir walked in. It got quiet, awkward. Then he stepped closer, bit his lip. I want you, he whispered, lust completely taking over his body. You could see it. My stomach flipped, instant butterflies. I didn't even respond, just grabbed my food and went straight back to my room. What the fuck? Now he wants me? Where was that energy when we worked together? And honestly, this wasn't new. Misha and I overlapped like this before. She once told me about a guy she was excited about, and I said, that sounds like somebody I just met. What's his name? She asked quickly. Angelo. That's him, she said. We laughed it off. It wasn't serious, just a fling for me. And truthfully, people on the highway was for everybody, it seemed. I had gotten way too comfortable doing whatever I wanted. Skipping school became regular. It wasn't even exciting anymore. It was routine. One day in particular, I remember being in the basement during school hours, laid out watching TV like I didn't have a single responsibility in the world. That's how bold I had gotten. Then I heard footsteps. At first I froze. Misha was at work, and nobody else was supposed to be in that house. I muted the TV and just listened. The footsteps got closer, slow, heavy, intentional, not sneaky. Whoever it was didn't care if I heard them. Then I heard his voice. Brooke, pack your stuff, you're coming to Maryland. My heart dropped straight to my stomach. It was my dad. No warning, no conversation, no what happened, just a decision already made. And in that moment, I knew something had reached him. A few days before that, everything had already started unraveling. It started with the clinic visit. Delaney had told me her boyfriend, Blue, burnt her, like with an STD, and she strongly encouraged me to get checked as well. That was enough to make me nervous, so I told Pete to go get checked with me. We caught the Fairfax Connector bus to the free clinic like it was a regular errand, but the whole time I had this uneasy feeling sitting in my chest. When we got there, we signed in and waited. They called Pete back first, then me. The exam was quick, uncomfortable, but over before I could even process it. When I came back out, he was sitting there acting normal, like we were just waiting for a bus or something. Then the doctor called me back again. She looked at me, then glanced toward the waiting room. I noticed you're with him, Is that your partner? Yes, I said. She paused for a second before speaking again, like she was choosing her words carefully. Your test came back clean. For a split second, I felt relief wash over me. Then she kept talking, but his came back positive. I swear everything in me went cold. Stunned, I stood there in complete shock and utter disgust. She kept explaining, talking about medication, prevention, things I should do just in case, but I barely heard her. All I heard was that one word repeating in my head, positive. She prescribed antibiotics to take just in case mine hadn't been detected yet. I walked back out to the waiting room, sat next to Pete, and didn't say a word. He didn't say anything either. The bus ride home was silent, but it wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, like everything between us had shifted, and neither of us knew what to do with it. The clinic situation should have been a wake-up call, but instead, I turned it into more chaos. The next day at school, I told Delaney, that was my first mistake. Her reaction was immediate. Oh, we're going to see her. No hesitation, no thinking it through, just action. The her she was referring to was Pete's side chick, Carla. She was a tall red bone, nothing like me. I was short, caramel, and petite with hazel eyes. That's what I did back then. I compared myself to the girls that I viewed as a threat. Before I could even second guess it, we were on the bus heading to Springfield to confront this girl, Carla. The crazy part is, we didn't even know exactly where she lived. We were asking random people on the bus, piecing together directions like detectives, and somehow it worked. We found the building, then we found her name on the mailbox. Dennis, this is it, Delaney said, like we had just solved something major. I walked up to that door already heated. Carla, open up. I know he's in there. I know. Why be mad at the other woman? Why not be mad at the man? It's not a coincidence that most women target the other woman rather than the man when they're caught up in a love triangle. We live in a society where we popularize being the other woman through music and imagery, with lyrics like, he's mine, you may have had him once, but I got him all the time, the boy is mine, and the old classic woman to woman that depicts a woman confronting her man's mistress over the phone. Women are conditioned to compete with one another over men. I could hear movement inside, voices, him telling her not to open the door. That's what pushed me over the edge. I started banging harder, louder, angrier. When she still didn't open it, I grabbed the first thing I saw, the fire extinguisher. I started swinging it into the metal door, leaving dents. At this point, I didn't even care who heard me. I just wanted her to feel me. Then came the firings. Reality hit fast. Delaney and I walked out of that building trying to look calm, like we weren't just tearing somebody's door down 2 seconds ago. The officer stopped us. I received a noise complaint that described you girls. Is there an issue? No, I quickly answered. You girls should be in school, he said. Yes, sir, I replied. And just like that, we were let go, again. That same night, everything finally came to a head. I was downstairs eating the Popeyes my sister bought, trying to act normal, when out of nowhere my stomach turned. Like instantly. I dropped my food and ran upstairs, barely making it to the bathroom before I started throwing up. It wasn't regular either, it was violent. Out of nowhere, the bathroom door flew open. You're pregnant, aren't you? Misha exclaimed. It was her big aha moment, or so she thought. I feel like Misha was waiting for me to take a wrong turn in life so she can prove to our mom I wasn't shit. She had her own uniquely strained relationship with our mom. They basically grew up together. My mom got pregnant with Misha at 17 years old. Our mom spent countless days and nights stressing the importance of not becoming a teen mom like she did, but Misha still got pregnant at 19 years old. Older than my mom was, but still too young according to mom. When Misha caught me violently vomiting in the bathroom, I could tell she was fiending to run and tell as many people as she could. No, I yelled, still trying to catch my breath. It's the pills. The clinic gave me pills. Clinic? She said, looking at me crazy. And just like that, everything came out. The clinic visit, Pete, the test results, the fight, the threats, all of it. I even told her that since leaving Carla's house, her cousins have been threatening to jump me. Once she heard that, calls were made. My brothers got involved. I told them what Pete had done to me. Everyone was ready for whatever. A plan started forming to meet up and fight the next day. At the time, I felt like I was standing on business, like I had something to prove. But somebody told my dad, and my dad didn't play about me. I had a good idea of who told. My brother Dante, he can't haul water. We planned to meet up in Sequoia to fight the next day, which is why I skipped school, resting up for this big fight tonight. So now I'm in the car with my dad, silent, riding across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, watching Virginia slowly disappear in the rear view. That ride felt longer than it actually was because I knew what it meant. It meant I lost control of my life, or at least the version of control I thought I had. I didn't get to say goodbye to anybody, not my friends, not my routine. It was just over. He didn't say much during the ride, and honestly, he didn't have to. The silence said everything. I sat there looking out the window, trying to process how fast everything changed. One minute I'm skipping school, riding around acting grown, and the next I'm being pulled out of my entire life, like none of that mattered. When we crossed into Maryland, I felt it. This wasn't just a move. This was me being removed. And deep down, even though I didn't want to admit it, I knew why. I just didn't know if I was ready for change.
Okay, we're going into chapter 7.
Chapter 7, Playing with Fire. Moving to Maryland was supposed to change everything. At least that's what it looked like from the outside. New house, new environment, new rules. But if I'm being honest, I didn't change. I just adapted. Prince George's County felt different immediately. Not just the people, but the energy. In Virginia, everything felt structured, strict, like somebody was always watching. In Maryland, it felt looser, like you could get away with more if you knew how to move. And I picked up on that fast. Academically, I was ahead, way ahead, to the point where teachers would excuse me from assignments because I had already learned the material the year before. At first, that felt like a win. Less work, less pressure, but really it just gave me more time to do nothing. And when you give someone like me too much free time back then, I wasn't using it to get ahead, I was using it to fall deeper into whatever was already pulling me. Eventually, I started to skip school again. Of course I did. Different schools, same habits. But this time, it was easier. The school security in Maryland was even different. They let us skip class in their office. Nobody was pressing you the way they would have in Virginia. That alone should have told me everything I needed to know. I started figuring people out quickly. Who smoked weed, who skipped school, who sold drugs, who had motion. That's when Lisa approached me. "You from the highway, right?" she asked. "Yeah, why?" She started naming people from my old school, and just like that, I felt connected again. That's all it took. Next thing I know, we're leaving school to go back to Virginia, like I hadn't just been moved for a reason. And if I'm being real, I was excited. No one in Virginia knew where I went, and part of me felt like I had been taken away from something unfinished. Walking back into that school felt like I never left. People calling my name, asking where I'd been. It felt good. Too good. Like I mattered again. I was excited to surprise my best friend Delaney. By the time we got there, it was almost Delaney's lunch period. We walked the halls until the lunch bell rang. When the bell rang, I made a beeline straight to the cafeteria. I spotted Delaney and snuck behind her to surprise her. When she turned around, she was so happy to see me. We hugged each other so tight we squealed with excitement. Then security stepped in, quickly approaching Lisa and I. "Come with me," he ordered. Lisa and I followed him to the office where they took our pictures and banned us from the school. All we could do was laugh. "I told you, girl, Virginia school security don't play." I was relaxing after school one day when my phone rang, a Virginia number. I didn't recognize it, but I answered anyway. "Hello?" "Yeah, what's up, Brooke? This Sir." "Sir, as in my old work crush?" Hi, how did you get my number?" I asked. "Don't worry about that. I'm trying to see you," he said. "I'm in Maryland right now." Instant butterflies. My heart started racing. What should I do? That was Misha's situation, and I wasn't trying to cross that line, but I'd had a crush on him for a minute. Hello? He said, snapping me back to reality. Yeah, I said, hesitating, then gave him my address. Not long after, he pulled up in a station wagon. You thought I was playing, he said, grinning as I opened the door. I felt nervous, or maybe guilty. Probably both. We went upstairs to my room. I glanced out the window. Whose car is that? I asked. A clucker let me borrow it, he said casually, already getting comfortable. He wasn't wasting no time. Normally, I would have been caught up in the moment, but something felt off. Still, I did what I always did. I justified it. I tried to ignore that feeling in my gut. He leaned in close and I felt those same butterflies again, but they didn't feel as good this time. I want to taste you, he said as he got on his knees. I laid back and gave him what he wanted. Then, out of nowhere, you know I fucked Janet Jackson, he casually mentioned as he slurped me up. I blinked. What? That was random. Was this nigga high? I thought. And in that moment, something just shifted. That was the first and last time I dealt with Sir, because whatever I thought he wasn't that. Everything that glitters definitely isn't gold. I settled into my new routine in Maryland. New people, new attention, and just like before, I had options. Guys trying to talk to me, trying to figure me out. Most of them didn't impress me. They felt immature. Then I saw Merlin. He was tall and lanky like Snoop Dogg, brown skin and a full beard. He didn't look like the rest of the scrawny students. He looked like a man, older, confident, moved like he had his own thing going. Merlin was the weed plug at school, and if I'm being honest, that's always been my type. Not the safe ones, the ones with edge. We had a few classes together, and he'd always flirt with me. Needless to say, it didn't take long for us to become an item. One day after school, I immediately went to Merlin's house because he didn't come to school that day. I got kicked out of school. I'm just about to get me a job or something. It made sense. I mean, he was 19. Then he handed me a bag. I need you to take this to school and sell it. I agreed. No hesitation. Looking back, that says everything about where my mindset was. I didn't think about the consequences. I didn't think about the risk. I thought about being useful, being chosen, a good girl. I always wanted to be an asset to a man, a down-ass bitch, just like the songs we heard on the radio. Or maybe it was in my blood. I came from a family of hustlers. I let all my regulars know you got it, he said. Bet. I mean, it's just weed after all. I've dealt with way harder drugs. The next day at school, I was making a killing. Brooke, you got that? I heard it all day. People memorizing my schedule, coming to my classes, catching me in the stairways where it was ducked off. Weeks went by, and I was known as the new girl who had that dank. Hustling came naturally to me until I almost got caught. Social studies teacher, Mr. Rodriguez, ex-military, the type who didn't miss anything, took his job way too serious. Luis, who sat directly behind me, was one of my many clients. He knew the play when a football player came to my class to get his house key from me. I reached into my bag to grab a dime. As I looked up, Mr. Rodriguez was directly in front of me. "What's in your hand?" I said. "It's keys," I said. "Let me see," he ordered.
Okay. Okay. What's in your hand? Ay. Page 52. What chapter is this? 7? Yes, page 52. Chapter 7, page 52. What's in your hand? What's the timestamp? Around right before 7:30 mark. Okay.
He grabbed my hand, aggressively trying to pry my fingers open. I knew it could all end right there. Everything I thought I had under control, gone. I had a death grip on that dime bag. My whole life depended on that grip. That's when Luis intervened. Mr. Rodriguez, it's keys. What are you doing, man? You tripping? Shaming him for low-key assaulting a student, a female student at that. This distracted Mr. Rodriguez. He let go, and I was finally able to jump up and walk out of the classroom. I got out of another sticky situation. This is becoming a trend. Instead of taking that as a warning, I just moved smarter. That's the part about me that took time to change. I didn't stop when things went left. I adjusted. Needless to say, I told my clients never to come to Mr. Rodriguez's class again. Once I got comfortable in my new environment, I slipped right back into my old ways. On the outside, my life looked one way. I lived in a prominent neighborhood, custom-built houses, golf courses, a country club right around the corner. But my friends, they mostly lived in the hood. Typical. Every now and then, I'd have little kickbacks at my house after school. Nothing too crazy. Just music, smoking, people coming through. And in Maryland, it wasn't like Virginia. Nobody was stealing from me. Nobody was trying to take advantage of me. Things felt calmer. Safer, even. But that didn't mean I was safe, because one of the most traumatizing things I experienced happened right in my bedroom. Some friends from my bus decided to get off at my stop so we could smoke at my house. They lived in the older homes out east. I lived in the west. I remember this one dude in particular, Jeff. His cousin was with him too. We were strictly friends. That was another thing about Maryland. You could really be platonic with guys without it turning into something else. No pressure, no weird energy. It was refreshing. We smoked on my balcony for a while, just talking, passing it back and forth. After a bit, Jeff and I went back into my room to watch TV and chill. His cousin stayed outside, still on the balcony, blowing down. We were sitting there, nothing serious on, just background noise, when Jeff looked at me and said, "You ever played Russian roulette?" Before I could even answer, he pulled a revolver out of his waistband. Now, I had been around guns before, but that didn't make me comfortable, because anything can happen. "Watch where you point that thing," I said immediately. Jeff just laughed. That big grin stretched across his face like this was all a joke. He popped open the cylinder and turned it so I could see. One bullet. Then he spun it. Before I could even process what he was doing, he lifted the gun to his head and click. Nothing. My heart jumped anyway. He laughed, did it again, spun it. "Jeff, stop. This isn't funny," I said, my voice sharper now. He didn't stop. Click. Another empty chamber.
Okay. Chapter 7. Stops at page 53. 53. Okay. All right. So now let's go chapter 8.
Chapter 8, Code Switch. I graduated in 2000, and instead of doing what everybody expected, college, structure, the right path, I decided I wanted to see what real life was like. Not school life, real life. So I signed up with a temp agency and quickly landed my first temp job in Rosslyn, Virginia. Rosslyn is a dense, high-rise urban neighborhood in Arlington, Virginia, acting as a major business hub and western gateway to Washington, D.C. The company was called Washington Post Newsweek Interactive, an online arm of the Washington Post. I was there as a temporary receptionist, only supposed to stay a week. I didn't even make it through without something happening. For days, this awful smell lingered through the office. Strong, sour, impossible to ignore. Everyone noticed it, but no one could figure out where it was coming from. It became the main topic of conversation, people searching, guessing, complaining. Then they finally found it. A dead fish, sealed inside an envelope addressed to one of the executives. After that, the energy in the office shifted. Whatever mystery it had been turned into something unsettling, and honestly, I wasn't mad when that assignment ended. Not long after, my temp agency lined up another opportunity, this time a temp to perm position in downtown D.C. at 800 Connecticut Avenue, a prominent building just across the park from the White House. It felt like a step up, especially knowing my grandmother, my mom's mother, used to work in that very building back in her prime. Now, this was my dream job. And if I'm being honest, it wasn't even about the job. It was about what came with it. The look, the title, the feeling of being grown, professional, and I leaned all the way into it. They couldn't figure me out. I looked young, but I moved like I'd been there before. Every assignment, done right, no questions. What they didn't know was if I ever got stuck, I'd quietly call my mom and she'd walk me through it. That kind of finesse, that's what flipped a temp position into permanent. This wasn't just any office either. This was connected to major media and entertainment companies. Real names, real influence, real money. And there I was, young, fresh out of high school, walking into rooms I probably hadn't even earned yet, but I made it look like I belonged, because I did as far as I was concerned. That's one thing about me. I could adapt to any environment if I wanted to. I was the special events liaison, which basically meant I was in charge of making events look and feel good. Invites, venues, catering, coordinating events, making sure everything ran smooth and looked impressive, entertaining the prominent figures in DC. My only challenge was talking to people, networking. I hated small talk. It seemed so fake to me because I was still shy, still that same girl who observed more than she spoke. And my boss saw it immediately. Get a drink, she told me one time. Do what you need to do to loosen up. I was 18 and nobody stopped me, so I drank. At first, it was just to take the edge off, to make the conversations easier. But it didn't take long before I realized something. I was better like that. More fun, more open, more everything. So I kept going. After that, I was the life of the party at every event. One congressman even slipped me his number, written in permanent marker, and told me his driver would come get me for the after party. I looked at him like, "Sir, you're old enough to be my grandfather." But I just smiled, kept it professional. From events to happy hour to let me grab a bottle on my way home, Kendall Jackson Chardonnay became my thing. Every day, like clockwork. I wasn't new to drinking. 211 Steel Reserve, MD 2020, that was a far cry.
211. 211. Girl, you ain't never drank before? Hold up. Chapter, what is it? Chapter 8? Chapter 8.
from the Chardonnay I had now. Back then, it was about fitting in. I didn't even like it. Now, a whole different story.
Thank you.
I wasn't just drinking anymore. I was invested. And cigarettes? I only smoke when I drink. That's what I told myself. Then I started drinking every day, so you can do the math. I fit right into that young DC professional scene. But if I'm being real, I was a little wilder than the rest. When I say drank, I mean I drank. Not remembering how I got home, waking up, piecing together the night, still going to work the next morning like nothing happened. And the crazy part? I was functioning, thriving even. That's how it starts. You don't look like a problem, so nobody treats you like one. Around this time, social media was becoming a thing. MySpace, Black Planet, and I created a whole other version of myself. Crystal, pronounced like the champagne, from Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, which is funny now because I had never lived in Brooklyn a day in my life, but I knew the culture, the music, the vibe, and I played into it heavy, quoting the notorious B.I.G. lyrics like they were my life story, talking like I was from Bed-Stuy, moving online like that identity was real. And people believe it. I gained popularity in the chat rooms with my unique sense of humor until it caught up to me. Some girl named Shay from Brooklyn wanted to fight me at a Kennedy's Fried Chicken on Fulton Ave. All this over another Brooklyn native foofer. And let's be clear, I was never showing up to that. I was in DC, for God's sake. That's when I had to come clean. Well, sort of. I let it be known to my online community that I was a DC transplant from Brooklyn. That story seemed more believable. Foofer was one of my online buddies, but I could tell he liked me. He would mail DJ Clue mixtapes to my job. He even came to DC to take me to lunch. Obviously, that relationship was strictly platonic. He was never my type. I wasn't just living one life. I was trying on identities, seeing what fit. At work, I had another identity. Corporate, put together, professional. Outside of work, I was still chasing whatever felt exciting. Misha called me while I was heading home from work. Brooke, you trying to go to Fast Eddie's tonight? Essen's gonna be there. I'm down. Who all going? I asked. I know Sir gonna be up there, she added. I smirked. Tell him to bring a friend for me. All right, she said before hanging up. I met Misha at Fast Eddie's. The line was long, wrapped around the building. As we stood there waiting, I saw Sir walking up with another guy. Hey, how you doing? The other guy said, his New York accent thick. This my man Sincere, Sir said. Sincere, this Brooke, Misha's sister. We all went inside together, and the night, it was lit. Sincere stayed on me all night, talking, laughing, vibing, and I could feel it. Sir watching from across the room, heavy. When the club let out, everybody started heading for the exit. Sir made sure he was right behind me, close, too close. I should fuck you up, he kept whispering threats in my ear. I stopped for a second. What? What did he think this was? He brought his friend and now he mad we vibing? That's when it clicked. Sir wasn't right. Something was off with him. My career was going well, and around that time I met who would eventually become my first husband, Jerome. I met him through a guy I was already cool with. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was always something different about him. Let's call him Cal. One day, Cal picked me up from work in his Benz. We went back to his condo to smoke a few blunts and unwind. Nothing out of the ordinary. When we walked in, Jerome was already there, sitting, waiting for Cal to cut his hair. Cal wasn't a professional barber, but he knew how to work those clippers, and I remember noticing Jerome immediately. I think it was his sense of humor.
Girl, why isn't she reading the whole books? Chapter 8. She probably gonna, you know what? Chapter 8. Okay. All right, we're going to go to chapter 9. So I'm writing all these notes so that she'll know to to like make these changes before I sign off. Okay, we're on chapter 9 now. Here we go. Let's see.
Chapter 9, The Betrayal. At this point in my life, I knew how to move in different rooms. Corporate during the day, social, outside, whatever I needed to be at night. I liked being able to adapt. Jerome came into my life during that phase, and on paper, he was everything I wasn't used to. Educated, somewhat stable. I mean, he lived in his aunt's basement, but I could look past that. After all, he was funny. Nothing seemed dangerous about him. He felt safe. Weeks went by, and Jerome and I were still messaging each other at work, catching up on AIM, meeting for lunch whenever we could. Cal had no idea the two people he introduced had stayed in touch, and that something between us was starting to grow. And here's where things get messy, because Jerome wasn't a stranger. He was Cal's friend, and we both knew that. At some point, he said what needed to be said. I think we should tell Cal. And I remember thinking, tell him what? Because in my mind, it wasn't that serious. Cal wasn't claiming me. Sure, he took me to New Jersey to meet both of his grandmothers, but he was openly dealing with other women, most notably one of their friends' exes, whom he eventually impregnated and had his first child with. And frankly, I questioned his sexuality. He took longer than me to get ready. He got more manicures than me, and he used to strip to pay tuition. So I didn't see it as crossing the line. Looking back, that's how I made it make sense without digging too deep. Jerome went to talk to him, man to man, came back saying everything was fine. He shrugged it off, Jerome said, and I believed that because it was easier to believe that. It wasn't fine. It just hadn't exploded yet. A few days later, I started getting emails from the women in the friend group, long, disrespectful, out of nowhere, and I was confused because in my mind, this had already been addressed. You have to understand, it wasn't just me, Cal, and Jerome. This was a whole circle of friends, about 10 Black professionals, men and women, successful, established, and at least 7 years older than me. I was only 19, maybe 20. They were tight. They partied together, always at each other's houses, smoking blunts, playing dominoes, just vibing. And yeah, being the youngest, it was a little intimidating, but they embraced me until we told Cal that Jerome and I were dating. So now I'm reading these emails like, wait, who are y'all talking to? No, really, who y'all feeling like? And if there's one thing about me, I may not say much in person, but I was quick to match energy online. I wasn't going to let you talk crazy to me without responding. I matched energy quick, sharp, no filter. I said what I said, and I meant it. Looking back, I probably could have handled it differently, but at the time, I wasn't about to let a group of grown women try to check me like I didn't have a voice. I stooped to their level and responded with razor-sharp comebacks. I shamed these women at their big age. Since I was being tag-teamed, I even involved my sister, Misha. It was a mess. Jerome tried to smooth it over with the friend group. He went back to Cal to figure out what really happened. That's when the truth came out. Cal wasn't okay. He never was. He just didn't say it to Jerome directly. Instead, he let it play out through the group, through the women, which, if you ask me, was some bitch shit. Jerome decided to have another one-on-one with Cal at his place to discuss the miscommunication. Upon entering his place, Jerome noticed pictures of me scattered across the kitchen counters, Cal clearly trying to get a reaction out of him. Jerome chuckled to himself. He knew now Cal clearly felt away, much different from what he expressed previously. The conversation was cold, and that changed everything, because it wasn't just about me and Jerome. It was about loyalty, respect, ego. Jerome felt played because he approached it the right way, And Cal, he handled it differently. That was the beginning of the end of their friendship, and I was right in the middle of it. The group split, energy shifted, nothing felt the same after that. Cal ended up moving to Atlanta not too long afterwards. Atlanta suited him well.
Okay. Chapter 10.
Chapter 10. That's Hot. By now, the drama in my life has settled down. Celebrity blogs and social media became my entertainment at work. Perez Hilton, not Paris Hilton, was the go-to celebrity blogger, and I followed his posts religiously. I used to laugh at how he'd draw little Coke crumbs under celebrities' noses, like it was part of the joke. This was also during that era when paparazzi exposed everything, no boundaries, especially with those infamous crotch shots. I was completely consumed by celebrity culture. What they wore, how they spoke, how they lived, it pulled me in like fire. And I didn't realize how deep I was in it. I was delusional. I even started picking up their language, casually saying, "That's hot," echoing Paris Hilton, the it girl of that time. That's when a familiar face found my Black Planet profile and messaged me. Anita said she knew me from high school. She was a couple years younger than me, but we never spoke before. She admitted she looked up to me in high school. I vaguely remember seeing her in school. Anita was a slim, petite white girl with long brown hair and almond eyes. She was the type who hung around mostly Black people. We started talking online, then in real life. She lived in the part of Virginia that was closest to DC, so the commute after work was easy. Her apartment became my after-work spot, where I could drink, smoke, unwind, not think. She had her own chaos going on, baby father drama, arguments with her mom, constant tension. I didn't mind it because it distracted me from myself. Once we linked up, her apartment ended up being my go-to hangout spot after work. I would drink my Kendall Jackson and chain smoke my Marlboro Lights as we kikied about reality show drama and her real-life drama. I quickly became Anita's shoulder to lean on as she navigated a toxic relationship with her baby daddy, DJ. After work, I was in Anita's room, drinking, smoking, and watching television, when out of nowhere, Anita asks, "What's something you want to try? A drug?" Stunned at the random question, I paused. I thought. "I always wanted to try E," I said. E was ecstasy. I remember in Virginia, the kids at school used to pop E pills and be rolling in the middle of class, fully functional. So how bad could it be? "Anything else?" Anita inquired. I instantly thought about the celebrity's drug of choice, cocaine. "I want to try Coke, because it's a party drug. It's what rich people do." Anita taking it all in, she reaches for her phone. "Hello? Howard? Can you hear me?" Struggling for good reception. "Yeah," she continued. "What was that thing you had called?" "Yeah, I'm trying to get some. I bet." She hung up the phone. "Who was that?" I asked. "My sister's boyfriend, Howard." If it's the same Howard I know, he also messed around with my sister, Misha. He got some E called Number One Stunner. Anita has tried E before. This wasn't her first rodeo. Me, on the other hand, this was my first time. And I'm not sure if my first time should be with something called Number One Stunner. It took Howard less than an hour to get to Anita's house with the ecstasy. Nervous as hell, but intrigued nonetheless. I popped half a E-pill. An hour went by and I felt nothing. What a disappointment. It was getting late on a Friday evening, and I already had plans to spend the night at Jerome's house. Once I got there, I decided to take the other half of the E-pill. Jerome had no idea. After my shower, I started to apply my lotion when I felt a little funny. I felt like I was hallucinating. I immediately ran to the bathroom to look at myself in the mirror, and my hazel eyes turned black. This freaked me out so bad, I decided to lay down. Maybe I can sleep it off. Sleep never came. I tossed and turned all night while Jerome slept soundly. All I saw was green plaid everywhere. I pleaded with God not to kill me all night long. The next day, Jerome and I went out to grab breakfast. I was no longer hallucinating, but my eyes were still black and I felt hungover, drained. That's when I told Jerome. "Did you notice I was acting weird last night?" "Kind of. Why?" he asked. "I took an E-pill for the first time. Anita gave it to me." He chuckled. He was older than me, so he'd been there, done that. Needless to say, I never tried ecstasy again. On a different occasion, I was at Anita's house, smoking, drinking, yapping about the Simple Life television show, reciting "That's hot" every few sentences like two bimbo robots. I noticed she kept leaving the room, acting weird. After about the third time in and out of the room, I asked, "Girl, what are you doing?" Then she opens the palm of her hand. "Here, try it." Stunned, I asked, "What's that?" "Coke," she said. "Try it." My body instantly filled with chills. I was excited and scared at the same time. "Here's a straw," she said. "Just take a bump, sniff it." I stood in the mirror with that straw, hesitating, asking questions I already knew didn't matter. "Does it burn? I don't know." Then I did it, softly. Nothing happened. "Go ahead, do it again, harder," Anita persuaded. I did it again, harder this time. I immediately felt it. My eyes immediately watered, nostrils burned, and a bitter taste flushed down my throat. I chased the bump with a Marlboro Light. We stayed up, talking, drinking, doing lines, and chain smoking till the coke ran out. I remembered feeling elite. I felt how celebrities felt. It gave me energy. I could stay up all night just talking and vibing. That night changed my life forever. From that point on, it became routine. Re-ups every other day, different plugs, always prepared. I justified it too. Heavy. Crack is whack, right? But coke? That was different. That was status, lifestyle, controlled. At least that's what I told myself. Because admitting what it really was, I wasn't ready for that. So I kept it quiet. From Jerome, from my family, from everybody. But the more I indulged, the harder it became to hide. And whether I wanted to admit it or not, I wasn't just experimenting anymore. I was becoming someone new. And voila, an addict was born. Besides Chardonnay and cigarettes, I've unlocked a new level of addiction.
Alright, we are at chapter 11, guys. Ooh, child. We're at chapter 11. Let's go. Let me see. Let me go to my Instagram real quick before I start chapter 11. All right, let me do a story on Instagram real quick. At Let me see live. Hashtag audio book. Okay. Let's start chapter 11.
Chapter 11, The Proposal. By the point, Jerome and I were solid. At least, that's how it looked. We went out, we traveled, he showed up. I liked what came with him. The stability, the attention, the consistency. Like any girl would do, I started talking about marriage. I started applying pressure. Subtle at first, then not so subtle. Every birthday, every holiday, every special moment, I was expecting something. A ring, a gesture, something that told me, yeah, this is it. And every time it didn't happen, I took it personally. In my mind, it wasn't just he didn't propose, it was I'm not that to him. Since high school, I was obsessed with conquering the opposite sex. It was never about love or any whimsical fantasy. It wasn't just about them, it was about what they represented. A challenge. The guys with the best looking girlfriends, the strongest reputations, I wanted to conquer that. It fed my ego. And the poor girl, if there was one, became the sacrificial lamb. I don't know how I got so driven by it, but it felt powerful at the time. My ego was hungry and needed to be fed. Looking back, this was a dangerous way to think. The ego-driven conquests, the pressure for a proposal, because now your value is tied to someone else's timing. But at that time, I wasn't thinking like that. I was thinking, what are we waiting for? 4 years go by. 4. And by the time my 23rd birthday came around, I had already decided this better be it. Jerome went all out. And I mean all out. He pulled out all the stops. He decorated the hotel suite in rose petals. Lingerie was delivered to the hotel suite. He even set the clock's timer to play romantic music while I got ready for our in-suite dinner. There were chocolate-covered strawberries in the refrigerator, blunts rolled. Everything was set up perfectly. He finally arrived with a big bouquet of flowers. I greeted him with a hug and passionate kiss, but in the back of my mind, one thought, where's the ring? And that thought ruined everything. The next day, he took me to Georgetown. Georgetown is renowned for its diverse and high-end shopping experiences, so naturally, this is when I started to deflate. If he can afford to do all this, he definitely didn't buy a ring. And just like that, my whole mood shifted. What store do you want to go to first? He asked. I don't care, I said, which is code for I'm mad, but I'm not going to say it directly yet. We walked into stores. He tried to get me to pick things out. I barely engaged because at that point, I wasn't focused on what he was doing. I was focused on what he wasn't doing. Let's just go in here. He opened the door to our Armani exchange. Fine, I shrugged. He wouldn't let me leave the store without buying something. I finally settled on this taupe jacket with suede details. You sure you don't want to go to another store? Nah, I'm good. We ended up at the Georgetown waterfront for lunch. Georgetown waterfront? He's definitely not proposing. That's way too expensive. Despite the beautiful view, I immediately lost my appetite. Do you want Tony and Joe's or Sequoia? Jerome stayed optimistic. I don't care, I pouted. We settled for Sequoia, a table outside on the waterfront. I ordered a glass of Chardonnay and he ordered a vodka cranberry. What are you ordering for lunch? Jerome asked. Probably a salad. I wasn't interested in eating or making eye contact. Fed up, he finally said something. What's wrong with you? And I said it. We've been together for 4 years and you haven't proposed. No build-up, no soft delivery, just straight to it. And you could tell that it hit him. So what did he do? Reached in his pocket, pulled out a ring box, and slammed it on the table. Here, damn. Now pause, because this is where reality and fantasy collide. In my head, he was supposed to be on one knee, emotional, thoughtful, perfect timing. Instead, I got frustration. And for a second, I didn't even believe it was real. You're lying, I said. Those are earrings. He told me to open it, so I did. And there it was, the antique-looking diamond and white gold band with the marquise cut center diamond, just what I wanted. He actually paid attention to me. My energy shifted. Now I'm excited. Now I'm emotional. I instantly felt regret for acting like a spoiled brat, because from his perspective, I just forced the moment. He shoved the ring on my finger as my eyes swelled with tears. He rejected my apologetic kisses, and he wasn't wrong, but I was unfazed by the rejection, because who do I call first? I began calling my family and friends, telling them the good news. I'm engaged! And that was enough for me at that moment. But if I'm being real, that moment said more about me than I understood at the time. Because I didn't care how it happened. I cared that it happened. I didn't want to get married right away, though, not at all. I wanted a long engagement, time to enjoy the title, the attention, the idea of it. Because for me, at that point, being a fiancée felt just as important as being a wife. It was a typical night out with Jerome. He carried me to the car as we left the lounge. I was beyond fried, vomiting on the side of the road. Everything was spinning. Once he got me in the passenger seat, I blacked out. When I regained consciousness, I realized I was in the car alone. I looked out the window and saw the car parked in an apartment complex. The car keys are nowhere to be found. I wasn't sure if I was in DC or Maryland. I waited a few minutes thinking Jerome would be back shortly, then I reached for my phone. Called Jerome, no answer. I kept calling, still no answer. My phone was damn near dead. I didn't know where I was, and there were no car keys. At 2 a.m. I looked out the window trying to make out my surroundings. That's when I heard voices outside. At 2 a.m. That's how I knew I was in the hood. I looked out the window to see who was outside. It's been almost an hour and no word from Jerome. I saw a man walking past the car, so I slightly cracked the door and asked, "Do you know Aisha and Stefan?" They were a couple we'd occasionally double date with. The apartment complex somewhat resembled theirs. Huh? The man turned around and walked closer to the car. Do you know what apartment building Aisha and Stefan live in? Trying to sound like I knew exactly where I was. Yeah, let me show you, he replied. When I pushed the door open wider to exit, that's when he reached in, grabbing my breasts. I froze. This isn't a good Samaritan, I thought to myself. I stayed still while he fondled me, careful not to anger him. One thing I did have was survival instincts, and I knew I didn't want this to go any further. But I couldn't control the tears. I started crying uncontrollably. Shut the fuck up, bitch, he demanded. Just then, an angel shouted, Roach! Hey, Roach! Someone called him just in time. When he straightened up to answer, I quickly slammed the door shut and locked the doors. He banged on the window. Bitch, open the door! Open this motherfucking door! That's when I reached over and beeped the horn to get somebody's attention. Anybody. Roach quickly moved from the vicinity. And there I was, still sitting in the car, alone. No phone, no car keys, no fiancé. Another hour passed. My mind is racing. Then he emerged, Jerome, not a care in the world. He opens the car door and plops down in the driver's seat. Hey, babe, you good? He asked like he cared. No, I'm not okay, I snapped. You left me in the car. I don't know where I am. I have no phone, no car keys. Where the fuck were you? I stopped by my man's house to smoke, he replied as if this was a valid excuse. Do you know I almost got raped sitting out here for hours? Some guy named Roach was grabbing my titties. I was shaking as I screamed and cried. His face filled with regret. Don't worry, I'm gonna take care of it. What? How? I asked as we pulled out of the complex. Don't worry about it, he said. How do I know Jerome wasn't screwing some bitch while I'm passed out in the car? Who leaves their fiancé passed out in the car, in the hood, to smoke with another nigger for hours? A few days later, Jerome followed up. I took care of that situation. I didn't even care to know any of the details. The damage was already done. I didn't tell the men in my family because at that time I knew I would still be with him. Why cause unnecessary drama? They actually liked Jerome.
Okay. Chapter 12. Okay. So, chapter 12. We're on chapter 12 now.
Chapter 12, The Monkey Wrench. About a year into our engagement, things still looked solid from the outside. After things went left between Jerome and his aunt, he moved out of her basement and came to stay with me at my parents' house. We started attending church and Bible study together weekly. Don't get it twisted, we still partied. Although Jerome seemed perfect, there were warning signs throughout the relationship that I overlooked, convincing myself everything else made up for it. I started to feel like I couldn't trust him. Something in me shifted. Not loud, just subtle. And once that kind of shift happens, it's hard to ignore. It started with something small, one of those prank email chain questionnaires that used to go around. One of the questions was simple: who was your crush? So I sent it to Jerome. Didn't think twice about it. Once he filled out the prank questionnaire, he realized too late that his answers were being sent straight back to me. It was automatic, a setup, and I wasn't ready for what I was about to find out. I scrolled through his answers casually until I got to that question. Stacy. And just like that, everything paused. Because we knew a Stacy. She wasn't a random name. She was a real person, a white girl from his job, someone who had been around us before. Happy hours, group settings, casual conversations. I even supported her and participated in one of those cancer walks. And immediately, a moment replayed in my head. We were out one night at a dive bar for happy hour. The dive bar classic song Don't Stop Believin' was on full blast and the whites were turned. Jerome was white boy wasted at the bar about to order another drink, and I cut in, "No, you don't need another one." One thing about Jerome, he had a history of drunk driving and flipping cars, and as his fiancée, it's my responsibility to check him when he's getting out of hand. To my astonishment, I wasn't prepared for Stacy to look at me like she was crazy and say, "Let him be a man." I looked at her and had to compose myself. This was Jerome's co-worker, someone he had to see every day. I didn't want to go off on her and end up being labeled the angry black woman. Needless to say, Jerome didn't order another drink. Now clock that. At the time, I brushed it off, didn't make it bigger than it needed to be. But now, that moment hit different, because now I'm thinking, why were you that comfortable? Who you feeling like? So when I saw her name, I already knew. I asked him about it. He already had a response ready. It's Stacy Dash. Who did he think he was fooling? Nobody calls Stacy Dash just Stacy. And I knew the kind of girls he dated in college, white and Asian. Granted, he went to college in West Virginia, but that's besides the point. So his explanation didn't land. That was the moment, the shift. I didn't go off, didn't argue, didn't press it the way I could have. I just moved different, observed. That's something I did back then. Instead of ending things, I pulled back quietly. Once I found out about Jerome's crush, I turned into a full-on detective. What else didn't I know about this man? I started checking his emails, his messages, everything. And sure enough, there were questionable conversations with multiple women. Him being a part-time party promoter definitely didn't help. At that point, we were already on the rocks, which made things even more awkward since he was still living with me at my parents' house. I started spending more time at Anita's house, and Jerome stayed in the streets. If he wasn't busy promoting and hosting at a lounge, he was somewhere at a friend's house turning up, playing dominoes or basketball. We didn't have our own place, so we spent most of our time outside, whether we were together or apart, and that was okay at the time. Besides, I wasn't being completely transparent myself. I was hiding a whole cocaine addiction. Being at Anita's house was draining and toxic. Everyone in her family was an addict, so I felt like this was the only place I could be myself. If Anita wasn't arguing with her mom, she was going at it with her baby father or one of his mistresses. "How you and Jerome doing?" she asked, lighting a Newport and taking a slow drag. Girl, don't get me started. I never liked sharing too much of my business with Anita. She already had enough chaos in her own life. And in my mind, if her life was always in shambles, how was telling her my business supposed to help me? Just then, my flip phone, covered in pink Swarovski crystals, rang. "It's Misha." "Girl, this man want to talk to you," she said. I already rolled my eyes. "What man?" It was Misha's boyfriend's friend, Lorenzo. I never seen him before, but I have seen Misha's boyfriend, and let me just say, if he's friends with him, he's probably a gremlin. Girl, Brian's friend. He gave Brian a ride to my house and saw your picture on my table. What picture? I asked. The one where we was at Fast Eddie's. That's when I heard his voice in the background. Tell her come over here. I'm trying to meet her. Boy, she don't want you. She's in. Before Misha could get the rest of her sentence out, he grabbed the phone and took over. What you want from the store? His voice was deep, confident, direct. And without even thinking, I said, Kendall Jackson Chardonnay. Automatic. Bet. I'll see you soon. And just like that, the conversation ended. He didn't beg, he didn't plead, he commanded, and I liked it. It gave masculine energy. I sat there for a second like, wait, what just happened? Because I had no intention of going over there, none, until I heard his voice. That voice alone made me curious. So I got up, grabbed my stuff. Girl, I'm about to go get this free bottle of wine from this little gremlin and go about my business, trying to downplay it like I wasn't intrigued, but I was. All right, girl, Anita laughed. Whole time, I had no idea what I was walking into. I got to Misha's place. Misha lived in the hood, southeast to be exact. I loved the hood. The carryouts, nail shops, and liquor stores were just my vibe. I parked and made my way up the steps of her apartment building. When I walked in, there he was. Immediately, I knew. I definitely didn't expect him to look the way he did. I typically avoided the really good-looking guys. I assumed they were soft. But this one, he oozed masculinity and commanded respect without saying a word. He was my type. He was a tall red bone, bald with a full shadow beard, and confident. He was fly as hell and didn't look like he worked a regular 9 to 5, and that alone pulled me in. He handed me the wine. Is this what you wanted? I took it. Yeah, thank you. I popped open my wine and started to drink it straight from the bottle. He was sipping on Bacardi Limon at the time. I joked around with Misha and her boyfriend Brian, being the life of the party, but still playing it cool. But I felt it. That energy, the unspoken understanding when two people lock eyes and don't need to say much. You just know. I kept noticing him watching me as he took slow drags of his Newport. Every time I looked in his direction, he was already staring at me. This is the first man that intimidated me, and I liked it. I eventually walked over to him. I had the liquid courage I needed to break the ice, looked him dead in his face. So you not gonna talk? He smirked. I'm trying to see you tomorrow. Take you out, get something to eat. He was a man about action, and that turned me on even more. At first, I said yes. Then I remembered. I have Bible study tomorrow. How about the day after? Bible study, huh? He smiled. Bet. I'll see you the next day. We exchanged numbers, and that was it. I already knew something had shifted, and whether I wanted to admit it or not, Jerome was no longer the center of my attention. I felt guilty seeing Jerome after I had this encounter with Lorenzo. I couldn't stop thinking about him. He left quite the impression on me. I couldn't wait to see him again. During that time, I was deep in what I now call my Amy Winehouse era. And honestly, it made sense. I was dealing with my own addictions, my own patterns I couldn't quite control. So when I listened to her, I didn't just hear the music. I felt it. I understood it in a way that didn't feel performative. It felt personal. I empathized with her. But if I'm being honest, I was really empathizing with myself. At the same time, I pitied myself. I started to see my life through that lens, like I was becoming exactly what people warn you about, a statistic. And instead of fighting it, I justified it, just like an addict would. I told myself stories that made it easier to stay where I was, even when I knew better.
Okay, now we're going to chapter 13.
Chapter 13, Whirlwind Romance. From the moment I met Lorenzo, I already knew what it was. I just didn't say it out loud, because saying it would have made it real. But everything about that night sat with me. The way he looked at me, the way he didn't say too much, the way he didn't try too hard, the way he just observed. That energy. And if I'm being honest, that's what got me. I was used to men talking too much and doing too much. He didn't, and that alone was enough to pull me in. I left that night telling myself it wasn't a big deal, just a vibe, just a moment. But I knew better, because I kept thinking about it, thinking about him. Meanwhile, Jerome was still playing his role, and I was still playing mine. But mentally, I had already checked out. That's something I had to learn about myself. I don't always leave physically first. I leave mentally. And once that happens, everything else is just timing. The day finally came that I'd see Lorenzo again. I couldn't wait to get off work. The plan was to go to Anita's house first to freshen up and get ready, and he'd pick me up from there. Jerome knew I hung out with Anita often, so it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. "So you're about to go out with the gremlin that was at your sister's house?" Anita quizzed. I laughed. "Girl, he wasn't a gremlin. He was fine after all." Anita got quiet. The silence felt like judgment. That's because I didn't expose that my engagement with Jerome was already rocky. She didn't need to know all my business. She had enough going on. Lorenzo pulled up to Anita's looking fine as hell, just like I remembered. Anita peeked out the window. "That's him?" "Yeah, girl," I said, a little too proud. She looked back at me, half impressed, half annoyed. "How you always get the good ones." "I'll be back," I said, already on my way out. I stepped outside knowing exactly what I was doing, giving him something to look at. "Hey you," I said, sliding into the passenger seat. "How you doing, beautiful?" "Better now," I said, settling in. He pulled off quick, too quick, like he couldn't wait to get me out of there. And just like that, I was already gone. We pulled up to a Red Lobster right around the corner from Anita's place. We took seats at the bar and sipped our drinks while we waited for our food. It felt easy. We were laughing, talking, getting to know each other without it feeling forced. I was comfortable, too comfortable. I noticed his phone kept lighting up. Calls, messages. He glanced at it, then put it face down, ignored it. He was serious about his money, but at that moment, the streets can wait. Like right then, he was choosing me. Our food finally came out. I ordered the ultimate feast. He got the coconut shrimp. But even while we were eating, he kept looking at me. Not casual, intentional, like he was trying to see through me. And for a second, it felt like he did. I realized something quick. He wasn't like the men I had been around. He didn't ask a bunch of questions, didn't try to figure me out in an obvious way. He just observed and responded when he felt like it. That forced me to lean in more, because now I wanted to know what he was thinking. And that's how it starts. Curiosity, then connection, then something else. "You're from the highway too? How come I've never seen you before?" I asked. "Yeah, I grew up in Alexandria and on the highway. I've known your sister Misha since I was 12 or 13 years old." That's when Lorenzo stepped off the porch and started hustling. "I used to live in Janalee," he continued. "I used to be around there in Colchester with Delaney, Pete, Blue, and..." "That was you! I knew you looked familiar. Yeah, I used to see your little ass," he interrupted. It was like the invisible string theory, where your soulmate was somehow connected to you in the past before you even meet. After our date, Lorenzo dropped me back off at Anita's. We ended it with a kiss. Simple, but it lingered. I stepped out of the car and glanced up. Anita was already in the window, watching, scowling. "Open the door, girl," I called out, knocking. She swung it open, arms folded, looking me up and down. "So, how is your little date?" she asked, already waiting on my answer. Anytime someone describes anything you do as little, they're a certified hater. My smile gave it away before I even spoke. It was great. I was floating, cloud 9. And speaking of that, "I need a bump," I said. We went straight to it. Lines on the table, wine in our glasses, and I told her everything. Every detail, every look, every moment. She listened, then cut right through it. What Jerome gonna think? Of course she did, knowing exactly what I had going on. I didn't even hesitate. Jerome? Girl, he won't think nothing because he won't know nothing. As the days turned into weeks, Lorenzo and I became inseparable. I lied for it, made up whatever I had to, just to be with him. I didn't care what we were doing, even if I was just riding around while he made his moves. I loved that about him. Focused, in his own lane, a hustler, and that was him. I loved how intrigued he was by me. He didn't mind my eclectic taste in music or how obsessive I was, often playing my favorite songs on repeat 100 times in a row. I was unlike any girl he'd ever met before. I told Jerome I was at my sister Misha's house. Just come get me after your happy hour. Meanwhile, I was inside catching Misha up on everything, this whole whirlwind thing between me and Lorenzo. She looked at me half shocked. Oh my gosh, I didn't think you would even look at him twice, Brooke. I told Lorenzo you were engaged. I smirked. Good thing you don't get paid for thinking. Right then, my phone rang. It's Lorenzo. Hey, beautiful, what you up to? I'm at Misha's, I'm on my way. He didn't even let me finish, and just like that, butterflies. Instant. He's on the way, I said, already moving, straight to the mirror, fixing myself, making sure everything was right. Misha just stood there watching me. What have you gotten yourself into? She said, shaking her head. Girl, bye. I brushed it off. There was a knock at the door. I ran to the window. It's him! Open the door! Misha opened it. What's up, Misha? Lorenzo said, stepping in. Hey, Lorenzo, she replied, still watching everything. He walked straight to me, no hesitation, pulled me in, hugged me, kissed me, then looked back at her. Misha, you notice my baby, right? I smiled. Yeah, I see, she said. Don't be a hater, Misha. I laughed. Moments later, my phone rang. It was Jerome. Be quiet, y'all, I whispered. Hello, I answered, already a little irritated. Yeah, I'm downstairs. Okay, I'll be down in a second. And just like that, my whole mood shifted. I didn't want to leave Lorenzo. It's okay, baby, he said. I'm about to leave when you leave. We told Misha goodbye and headed for the door. But we didn't make it straight out. Every flight of stairs we stopped, kissed, paused like we had time. Careful, though, not too close to the glass, not where Jerome could see. I finally pushed through the front door and got into the car with my fiancé. Who's that? He asked, nodding toward Lorenzo. Oh, him? I said casual. That's Misha's boyfriend's friend. He just dropped him off. Oh, yeah? He said, side-eyeing me. Then why did it take you so long to come downstairs? Looked like y'all kept stopping. I didn't hesitate. You didn't see Misha open the door and yell down to us? I shot back. She asked us a question. He paused. Nah, I didn't see Misha. And just like that, we kept driving back to my parents' house. But in my head, that was too close. Something's gotta give. I was at my parents' house one day when Lorenzo called. I stepped into my bathroom and closed the door behind me. What's up, beautiful? What you doing? He asked. Missing you, beautiful, I answered low. I can't wait to see you.
Okay.
I can't wait.
Missing you. Okay, what chapter is this? This is chapter 13. Chapter 13, page 87. Missing you. Just before timestamp. 8:56. All right. Let's continue.
Wait to see you too, beautiful, he said. And right then, The bathroom door flew open. It was Jerome, standing there. "Who's that?" he demanded. I hung up fast. "It was Misha and her boyfriend on three-way," I said. He looked at me. "No, it wasn't," he said. "You was talking to a nigga." "No, I wasn't. I'll call her back right now and prove it." I called Misha once, twice, no answer. The silence said everything. "I'm moving out," he said, and I didn't fight it, didn't argue, didn't try to fix it, because if I'm being real, I felt relieved because Jerome already crossed a line emotionally. That whole Stacy situation, that stayed with me. So now I'm thinking, you played me, so now I'm playing you. That's how I made it make sense. No more hiding, no more sneaking. I could finally move how I wanted. The next day, Jerome packed his things and left my parents' house. Just like that, we were done. Not long after, I packed my things too and moved in with Misha so I could do what I wanted without my parents watching, without judgment. And at the time, it felt like everything had finally opened up. Life was good, finally. Lorenzo and I were riding around, making plays. I loved the feeling of it, like I was Bonnie to his Clyde. That's when my phone rang. It was Delaney. "Hey girl, you had the baby? Where you at?" "Bet, we on the way," I said, already moving. I hung up and turned to Lorenzo. "Babe, we gotta go see Delaney and her baby. She just had one by Blue." "Oh, for real? Where they at?" he asked. "Miss Donna's house in Sequoia." Say less. We were already headed that way when something crossed my mind. "You know Delaney, right?" I asked. "Yeah, I know her little ass," he said, laughing. "I gave her a ride to work once when she was at that donut shop with her big feet ass." I hesitated for a second. "Did y'all ever—" "Hell nah," he cut in. "Back then, you and your crew were young to me. I was grown." That answer settled something in me. By the time we pulled up, all that mattered was seeing the baby, my nephew, perfect and brand new. "He got the same name as my son," Lorenzo said, nodding. I looked at him, taking that in.
Sorry, they're taking this back to the store tomorrow. We just got this and it smells bad. And it's slimy. And so I looked it up, can you return this? Like this guy I just opened it. I didn't do nothing to it. I just opened it. And they said, yeah, you can return and they'll double your refund back.
They'll double it?
Yeah, that's what it says on the packaging.
Okay. Okay.
And I have the receipt as well.
Okay. So, but also, let's say this. Also, do you see how it looks? Also, you have to look and make sure that things look fresh.
They look good.
They don't look fresh to me.
In the store.
So it changed that fast?
I guess so.
In 24 hours?
Less than 24 hours. We got it this AM.
We got it this AM?
Yeah, we got it this
Oh,
today.
yeah. Yeah. They don't look fresh to me. All that corn. You don't want to get it now? Oh, no.
Yeah, so we'll do it tomorrow, sorry.
Okay, let's keep it going. Chapter 13 is almost done.
Lorenzo had 2 sons already with his kid's mother, Tamika.
Okay, now we're going to chapter 14.
Chapter 14, Exposed. The city life started growing on me fast. I got comfortable at Misha's place quicker than I expected. Everything was right there. If I wanted Chinese food, I'd just walk to the carryout. If I needed wine, I'd walk to the liquor store and grab my Chardonnay. It was easy. Most days I went to work straight from Misha's, and after work, I was with Lorenzo. Sometimes we'd go out to eat, sometimes I'd just ride along while he handled his business. Either way, we were together, and that was enough. We didn't like being apart, so a lot of nights we didn't. We'd get a hotel, and I'd just go to work from there. It became our routine, and for me, it felt like freedom. One day, after hanging out with Lorenzo, I suggested we get a hotel. Babe, I gotta go to the house tonight. She getting suspicious, he said. And yeah, I should have said this earlier. Lorenzo was in a situationship, living with a girl and her sisters. They were known around the way as the C sisters. All their names started with a C. My sister Misha, she already had history with them. One in particular, Carmen. See, Carmen had dealt with Misha's baby father while Misha was pregnant, and it didn't stop there. She gave him something that ended up getting passed to Misha while she was pregnant. So yeah, Misha had every reason to feel how she felt. Lorenzo had a way of making it make sense. He told me his situation with Sierra wasn't real. How is it real if I'm always with you? He'd say. And at the time, that sounded right. He spent nights with me, he repeatedly chose me. So in my head, what kind of girlfriend would be okay with that? He called it a situation of convenience, said he used her place to store and cook his product. She rented cars for him, held things down in ways that benefited him, and he didn't want to mess that up. She got too much of my stuff right now, he explained. My product, my money, my car, everything. So he played it safe with her. And I accepted that because in my mind, she wasn't a threat, not to me. He would even drive me to her house to pick up his things like it was nothing, like there was no overlap. And that made it easier to believe that I was the only one. Or at least that's what I told myself. Lorenzo and I were riding around while he made his hits. It was 2006, music low, windows cracked, just moving through the city. This time, I was driving. Pull over, park right here. I did. He hopped out to handle his business, and the second he closed that door, I started moving. My purse was full of empty Coke vials, too many. And Lorenzo, he didn't even know I liked to powder my nose yet. I kept that to myself. Didn't want the judgment. So when we were out, I'd sneak bumps in fast food bathrooms, quick, quiet, like it never happened. I cracked the door open and dumped the empty glass vials right onto the street. Didn't think twice until I looked in the side mirror and saw him coming back. Then I saw it, the exact moment his eyes dropped, locked in on the vials. He stopped. Hey, Brooke, what the fuck is that? He said, walking up. That wasn't there when I got out. My heart dropped. What? What are you talking about? I said, playing it off, already knowing. I opened the door slow, seeing them myself now, like I hadn't just put them there. Brooke, these glass vials, where did they come from? He asked again. I froze. No good answer. No clean way out. Brooke, he said, more serious this time. Where did these come from? I looked at him. They're mine. Silence. He bent down, picked them up, and got back in the car. You can't just dump these out on the street, he said, shaking his head. Then he looked at me. What was in these? I exhaled. It's Coke. Damn. He paused. Coke? Why didn't you tell me? I shrugged. What am I supposed to say? Hi, I'm Brooke. I do Coke. He wasn't amused. Does Misha know? No, I said quick. She doesn't. It's not like I'm some crackhead in an alley. It's Coke. It's expensive. Rich people do it. Even as I said it, I knew how it sounded. He shook his head. I'm calling Misha. My stomach dropped. Don't. Nobody knows but Anita. She put me on. I don't give a fuck, he said, already dialing. The phone rang. Hello? Misha answered. Misha, you know Brooke do powder? Powder, she said. Yeah, Coke, Misha, Coke. Hell no, I ain't know that. I just sat there, exposed. But surprisingly, he didn't go off on me. He didn't judge me the way I expected. We found a public trash can and got rid of the vials. And after that, he didn't bring it up again. Not once. The only thing he said, you don't have to hide that from me. And honestly, that felt like relief.
Okay. All right. Now we're at chapter 15.
Chapter 15, The Fight. Misha talked me into going to CFE that Friday to see Northeast Groovers. CFE was one of those Maryland spots that always had go-go bands. I want to go, Anita jumped in when we were on the phone. She can go, Misha said, already deciding. All right, I said, I'll come get you Friday after work. Pack a spend-the-night bag, though. I'm not driving all the way back to Woodbridge after the club. Anita hesitated. Mom, I'm not keeping Alexis overnight. I gotta come back home after, she said. Alexis was Anita's daughter by DJ. I paused for a second. All right, we'll figure it out, I said. It was Friday, and I had just gotten off work, so I called Lorenzo. What's up, beautiful? How was work? He asked. It was good, I said. What you doing? Shit, out here making hits. What you about to get into? I'm about to head to Woodbridge, pick up Anita so she can come to CFE with me and Misha. Oh, okay, he said. Y'all have fun tonight, babe. Hit me when you get back on this side. Okay, babe. Finally, Anita and I made it back to Misha's place in D.C. Hey, Misha, Anita called out. Hey, Misha replied, dragging it out. What time we trying to be up there? I asked. Like around 11, Misha said. It was only about 8, so I called Lorenzo like he asked me to. What's up, beautiful? You at Misha's? Yeah, I'm here with Anita. We about to start getting ready for the party. I bet. I'm about to slide through and see you before you go. Okay, babe, I said, already smiling. Anita looked at me. That light-skinned dude coming over here? Yeah, girl, I said. He's just stopping by real quick to see me. I heard his baby mama is beautiful, like breathtaking, Anita added, looking for my reaction. I didn't say a word. I knew for sure this hoe was a hater. Misha turned on the go-go and we started sipping, getting ourselves together for the night. I knew for sure this hoe was a hater. Misha turned on the go-go and we started sipping, getting ourselves together for the night. When Lorenzo walked in, I felt the shift immediately. Anita looked at him and I could tell she was tight. Hi, Lorenzo, she said. What's up, Anita? He replied, casual. She wasn't done. My sister said she knows you. You know a white girl, Melanie? He didn't even hesitate. Melanie? Yeah, I know Melanie. Tell her I said what's up. I will, Anita said, a little too eager. A few minutes later, she disappeared into the bathroom, and that's when I turned to him. How you know her sister? I asked. I served her and Justin before, he said. Nothing like that, babe. I don't mess with white girls. Oh, okay, I said, relieved. And just like that, I felt better. Because for a second, I thought she had something over me, but she didn't. That night, I had on a brown Arden B top, my boot-cut 7 jeans, and gold 9 West pumps. Hair crimped, laid just right. I knew I looked good. When we got to CFE, everything felt right. The energy, the music, the drinks. The band was cranking, and the whole place was alive. We took pictures, real cute ones, just enjoying the moment. And for a while, it was a good night. Until it wasn't. We were on our way back to D.C., heading to Misha's, when I noticed Anita kept calling DJ, her baby father, and their situation? Toxic didn't even cover it. Always fighting, always cheating, always chaos. Anita had a habit of going after the women he dealt with, even when they weren't together. And at that moment, they definitely weren't. He was with somebody else. But that never stopped her. What you doing? She asked him over the phone. Pause. Oh, well, I'm coming over there once I get my stuff, she said. I sat there, listening, getting more irritated by the second, because that wasn't the plan. The plan was simple. I decided I'd take her home so her mom could get a break from Alexis, and I'd just stay the night in Woodbridge. So now I'm side-eyeing her. Where are you going? I asked, already knowing I wasn't about to like the answer. Girl, nowhere, she said quick. I'll just be saying shit. I paused. Oh, okay, I said, but something about that didn't sit right. Once we got back to Misha's, we were just sitting around, talking about the night, replaying everything. Then Anita's phone rang. She got up and went to the bathroom to take it. I didn't think much of it. I kicked my shoes off, getting ready to change into something more comfortable. Next thing I know, the bathroom door flies open. I need to go home now. My mom tripping. I looked at her for a second, then grabbed my stuff. I ain't Misha. I'm gonna stay at Anita's house tonight. I'm not about to drive all the way back out here, I said. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, y'all be careful, Misha replied. We got in the car and hit the freeway heading for Woodbridge, about a 45-minute drive from D.C. at that time of night. Anita was gone, beyond fried. She kept calling DJ, telling him she was on her way to see him. What? I said, side-eyeing her. You're going to see DJ and you know I'm spending the night at your house? Girl, where my cigarette? She mumbled, unbuckling her seatbelt and digging around for her lit Newport on the floor. I already knew this was about to go left. She started pressing buttons, window down, window up, doors locking, unlocking. You're just jealous, she snapped. Jealous of what? I asked. Of me. You mad I'm going to see DJ tonight? I laughed. Mad? No. Annoyed? Yes. I wouldn't have driven all the way out here if I wasn't staying at your house. I'm not trying to drive drunk all night. She drunkenly opened the car door while I was going 60 miles per hour on the freeway. In the rain, might I add. My heart dropped. I grabbed her arm and yanked her back in, slamming the door shut. Stop touching shit and sit back, I snapped. You trying to kill yourself? Right then, my phone rang. It was Misha. Hey, where y'all at? She asked. Girl, we on 95 and this bitch tripping, I said, not even sugarcoating it. I started telling her everything, how Anita was acting, what she was doing. Tell her stop doing Bama shit so y'all can get there safe. Tell her take care of her kids, Anita yelled. I hung up quick because I already knew Misha was about to go off. And the more noise around Anita, the worse she got. So I shut down, drove the rest of the way in silence. But in my head, I was already there. I couldn't wait to get to her house. I pulled up, put the car in park, unbuckled my seatbelt, and got out the car to retrieve my things I had left there earlier. Anita jumped out fast, keys already in hand. Bitch, you stay here. I'll get your stuff, she said. I laughed under my breath, met her at the door anyway. She was fumbling with the keys. Bitch, I said. Before she could finish, I grabbed her ponytail and threw her straight into the grass. I jumped on top of her and started pummeling her, laughing, because at that point, I was done. We fought in the rain for what felt like forever. Finally, she pulled herself up and ran into the house. I followed, still laughing. I just burned like 2,000 calories messing with you, thanks, I said. She didn't say a word, ran straight upstairs to the bathroom. I walked into her room. Her mom, Karen, and her daughter, Alexis, were sitting on the bed. Hey, Karen. Hey, Alexis, I said, grabbing my things. Karen didn't say a word, just got up and stormed into the bathroom with Anita. Didn't I tell you I had something to do? She yelled at Anita. Bitch, you just want to go get high. You can watch your granddaughter for a while, Anita shot back. I was headed toward the stairs when I saw it. Karen picked Anita up and slammed her into the bathtub like a scene from WWE, but real. And just like that, I knew this wasn't just a bad night. This was their normal. That was my cue to get the fuck on. Back to DC I went. I called Misha on the way. Leave the door unlocked in case you fall asleep, I told her. You thought you was staying at Anita's, she said. Girl,
Chapter 15, I thought, chapter 15, just before 8:50, I thought you were staying at Anita's. Okay. Bottom of page 99. Okay. Let's continue.
had to beat that bitch ass, I said. I'll tell you everything when I get there. All right, be careful, Misha replied. I pulled up to Misha's, stepping out the car, picking little pieces of grass and whatever else out of my wet and wavy tracks. She looked at me. "You don't even look like you was in a fight, just your hair messed up," she said. I laughed. "Girl, 'cause she ain't get no licks off. Weak ass bitch." I told her everything, how fast it turned, how it went left out of nowhere. She just sat there shocked because we had such a good night. Meanwhile, Anita left her house that same night, took her mother's car, and still went to see DJ, drunk, one eye already swelling shut. When she got there, DJ opened the door and looked at her. "What the fuck happened to your face?" "Me and that bitch Brooke got in a fight," she said. He laughed. "Nah, Brooke beat your ass." And after that, I was done. No more calls, no more friendship, nothing. I promised myself I would never deal with that toxic bitch again.
Okay, now we're on chapter 16.
Chapter 16, Jealousy. The next day, I told Lorenzo everything. The fight, how it all went left. "Damn, babe, that's fucked up," he said. "I know, right?" I replied. "And honestly, she been acting funny ever since you came around." Right then, my phone buzzed. It was Jerome. I knew it. A text came through. Then another message came through. "You were cheating. I got confirmation." I paused. "What? What are you talking about?" I texted back. "Hello? Hello?" Lorenzo said, trying to get my attention. "Oh, yeah, babe. I just got this crazy text from Jerome." "What he talking about?" he asked. "He said he knew I was cheating." A reliable source just confirmed my suspicions. That's what Jerome's text said. A reliable source? Who the hell would even tell him that? "What else he say?" I replied. "He said a reliable source confirmed it." Wow. You think Anita told him? Y'all just got in a fight last night. Now this? I sat with that for a second, and for some reason, I felt bad. Even with everything that had already happened, even with the red flags, even with us being halfway broken already, I still felt guilty. But Lorenzo was right. The timing, too perfect. So I texted her, "You funny as hell." She didn't take long to respond. "You like that? Bitches can't have everything." That was all I needed. "You so desperate, weak-ass bitch. Go get your ass beat by DJ again. That's all you deserve." Send. Then I blocked her. Right then and there. Because at that point, what's a friend like that worth? Nothing. With friends like Anita, you don't need enemies. While Lorenzo and I kept our whirlwind going, Jerome was out here hotel hopping since we'd split. One day, Lorenzo and I were riding when Misha called. "Girl, my friend Cynthia beefing. "Beefing with who?" I asked. "With you." "With me? For what?" I said, already irritated. "She said it's over Lorenzo, said he messes with her little cousin in Woodbridge." I didn't even think twice, put the phone on speaker. "Say that again," I told Misha. "He right here." "I said," she repeated louder this time, "my friend Cynthia beefing with Brooke 'cause Lorenzo's supposed to be messing with her little cousin in Woodbridge." Lorenzo leaned over a little. "Who her cousin?" he asked. "Lil Simone, out Woodbridge," Misha said. I looked at him. "You know her?" "Yeah, I serve her mother," he said. "I hit Simone a couple times, but I was never with her." I shook my head. "Well, Cynthia seems to think y'all together, and now she mad at me," I said, half laughing. Misha cut in. "She asked for your number. You want me to give it to her?" I smirked. "Yeah, give her my number." Not even 10 minutes later, Cynthia was calling my phone, her cousin loud in the background. I answered on speaker. "Hello?" "Yeah, Brooke," Cynthia said. "I'm just trying to figure out why you even in the picture." I frowned. "Girl, what picture? What are you talking about?" Aren't you engaged? She shot back. Does your fiance know you out here running around with my cousin's man? Before I could respond, Lorenzo leaned in. Man, I'm not with her cousin. I hit her a few times. That's it. I just be serving her mother. Oh, that's all, Lorenzo? Simone yelled in the background. That's all? Yeah, that's all, he said, unbothered. Cynthia came back on. I wonder how your fiance would feel if I reached out to him and told him what you've been up to. I laughed. Go right ahead, girl. Do you? She didn't like that. Matter of fact, where you at? She snapped. I'm ready to beat the brakes off your little ass. Now, mind you, Cynthia was at least 15 years older than me and easily 300 pounds. I smirked. Okay, girl, we out here by Potomac Yard. Meet us at Marino's so you can beat the brakes off me. I couldn't even help it. I was laughing at her. She was a joke to me. Because how are you the morality police when you got pregnant with your friend's baby daddy? Lorenzo and I pulled up to Marino's and parked, sat there, waiting for Cynthia, for Simone. All that talk about beating the brakes off me and nothing, not a hood booger in sight. Minutes turned into an hour, then another. Neither one of them showed up. All that energy for nothing. I just shook my head because at that point I wasn't even surprised. And for some reason, I gave Lorenzo grace. I had just come into the picture. We both had situations before we met. Plus, he fine as hell and had money. Of course, hoes mad. Neither of us expected this to turn into what it did. Not this fast, not this deep. So, I let it slide. At the time, it made sense to me.
Okay. We're on chapter 17 now, guys.
Chapter 17, Lacking. It was Lorenzo's birthday, and I couldn't wait to get off work to see him. I already had my overnight bag with me. Bottle packed, plans set. Tonight was on me. After work, I pulled up to one of the apartment complexes he hustled around. The kind of place where everybody knew everybody, and everybody was outside. The residents were so familiar with my presence, they'd greet me whenever I pulled up. Not long after I arrived, Lorenzo pulled up, looking clean as hell. Evisu jeans, my favorite on him. They gave him that slight bow-legged look I loved. White and orange Lacoste sneakers, matching shirt, bald head shining, no hat, designer shades laid just right. I swear, he just kept getting finer. Happy birthday, baby, I said, smiling. Thank you, beautiful. What we getting into tonight? He asked. I got a bottle in the car, I said. Just tell me where you want to eat. He shrugged. You know I'm simple. I don't do too much, he said. I ain't trying to miss these hits. Let's stay local and go to that Spanish spot up the street. That was his go-to. Carne asada, rice and beans. Lorenzo was always about his money. That's why he always had it, and I respected that, so I didn't argue. We went to his spot, drank, ate, stayed out all night. The night ended at one of our usual hotels, not too far from where we started. A couple days later, I had a work event and ended up staying late. At some point, I checked the time, after 6 p.m., and that's when it hit me. My car was parked in a building that locked at 6. No key card, no access. I was stuck. So I called Lorenzo, told him what was going on, and asked if he could come get me. Yeah, I got you, he said. And just like that, I relaxed. By the time the event wrapped, it was a little after 9. I grabbed my things and stepped outside, then called him. No answer. I called again and again, back to back. Nothing. I stood there staring at my phone. He's not about to have me stranded downtown, so I did the one thing I didn't want to do. I called Jerome. He pulled up in less than 30 minutes. Thanks, I appreciate it, I said, getting in the car. No problem, he replied. The drive was quick, from northwest to southeast, back to Misha's. We barely spoke, and the whole time I kept checking my phone, waiting for Lorenzo to call back, but he never did. Jerome pulled up in front of Misha's building. Thanks again, I said, stepping out of the car. How you getting to work in the morning? He asked. I don't know. I'll figure it out, I said, already halfway out the door. Why don't you grab an outfit and come back down? I'll take you in the morning. I glanced at my phone again. Still nothing from Lorenzo. Bet, I said. I walked into Misha's place and immediately started.
Is somebody at the door? Hello? Okay. Let's finish chapter 17.
Calling Lorenzo again, just in case. Still no answer. Now I was confused and irritated. Fuck it, I said under my breath. Jerome here to take me to work and Lorenzo playing. I grabbed an outfit for the next day, still checking my phone, still waiting. Where you about to go? Misha asked. Girl, Jerome downstairs. He brought me home because my car locked up downtown, I said. She frowned. What? Where's Lorenzo? He was supposed to pick me up, but he stopped answering, so I called Jerome. I paused, then shrugged. Fuck him. He want to play? Let's play. I grabbed my clothes. Anyway, I'm getting something for work so Jerome can take me in the morning. Misha didn't have a car, otherwise I would have had her take me to work. Oh, okay. Y'all be careful, Misha said. We will, I replied, heading out. The ride to the hotel was quiet, and for the first time all night, I started thinking. Jerome was a good guy. He answered when I called, showed up when I needed him, reliable. And sitting there next to him, I felt it, a little guilt. After a while, we pulled up to a La Quinta in Waldorf. He grabbed my overnight bag as we walked in, and even then, something felt off, like I didn't belong in that version of my life anymore. Because with Jerome, I was different, a version of me that didn't even feel real anymore. He still didn't know about my coke habit. That part I kept hidden. Bathroom trips, quick bumps, like it didn't exist. Once we got settled, I laid down in one of the beds. He had a room with two. I stared at the wall, quiet, still thinking. Then I felt the mattress shift. Jerome climbed into the bed next to me. I turned. What are you doing? I asked, already turned off. We can't do a little, he said, awkward. I looked at him, already annoyed. I should have known you were being nice for a reason, I said. You thought you were going to get something out of it. He sighed. You know what? Never mind, and went back to his bed. The next day, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Hello? You have a collect call from an inmate at Charles County Detention Center, Lorenzo. My heart dropped, but at the same time, I felt a strange sense of relief. At least he wasn't with another bitch. There had to be a good reason he didn't come get me. Hey, beautiful, he said. I'm sorry I ain't pick you up last night. If I would have came, none of this would have happened. No worries, babe. You okay? I asked. Yeah, I'm good, he said. They not letting me out on bond, though. I was already on papers. I paused. Okay, what do you need me to do? I asked. Let my brother know what's going on, he said. As soon as I got off work, I headed over to Minnesota Avenue, where Lorenzo's brother was staying at the time. On the way there, my phone rang, a number I didn't recognize. Hello? Brooke? A woman's voice said. Yeah, who's this? I asked. This is Sierra. Of course, the girl he lived with. Oh, what's up? I said, trying to sound unbothered as I kept driving. Have you seen or talked to Lorenzo? She asked. I smirked. As a matter of fact, yeah, he just called me from jail, I said. He asked me to go let his brother know. I'm on my way there now. Oh, okay, she said, a little thrown off. Well, keep me posted. And if you talk to him before I do, ask him where the rental car is. Will do, I replied. I knew it took a lot in her to dial my number. To her, I was the other woman, but she knew I was more than that, especially now since his first call from jail was to me, Brooke. She was calling me for updates. And just like that, I realized Lorenzo was telling the truth. He wasn't that into her. He was just using her to survive. That conversation was surprisingly calm, too calm. I figured we were both just relieved he was okay. Everything else didn't matter in that moment. Not long after, we found out Lorenzo wasn't getting out. No bond. He was already on probation. So now he had to sit until his court date. At work, it was budget season, the busiest time. I was responsible for building and submitting budgets, domestic and international. Everything had to be perfect, no room for mistakes. And of course, his court date fell right in the middle of it. Brooke, my supervisor called out as I walked in. Hi, Samantha, I said, flat. The budget's due soon. Did you finish the Hong Kong numbers? She asked. Julie from Hong Kong is supposed to adjust their numbers so we can come in under target, I said. Then I added, I'm leaving early. I have to go to court. Court? Samantha looked up confused. Yeah, my brother. He has a hearing this afternoon. I'm going to support him. She didn't need to know anything more than that. But what about the budget? She asked, already stressed. It'll get done, I said, walking to my desk. Don't worry. I handled what I could, then left. No hesitation. I was practically running down the sidewalk trying to make it to my car. I didn't want to be late. From downtown D.C. to a Maryland courthouse, cutting through traffic, pushing it the whole way. By the time I got there, it had just ended. His case had already been called. I stepped inside and spotted his brother, Duke, and Sierra, the roommate, standing together. I walked straight up. What's going on with my baby? I asked Duke. I caught Sierra cutting her eyes at me out the corner of mine. I smiled internally. Duke got straight to it. Lorenzo was going to have to do time. Could be up to 5 years. That hit hard. I hated that he didn't see me there. He needed to know I was there for him, that I care, that I love him. Duke looked at me. What you about to do, Brooke? If you going around the way, I'm coming through, I said. Sierra stayed quiet, just watching, taking it all in. How comfortable I was, how natural it felt, like I belonged, like family. And honestly, that gave me a little satisfaction, looking how I looked, standing how I stood, and not caring at all about her being there. It was like she was invisible. I'll see you there, I told Duke. All right, bet, he said. Our whirlwind came to a screeching halt, just like that. In 6 months, Lorenzo moved facilities twice, different facilities, and I showed up almost every week, no matter where they sent him. I kept money on the phone so he could call me, wrote him letters every week, sometimes with pictures, something to hold on to. He wrote me back, long letters, talking about love, saying in just those 4 short months he knew that he loved me. That when he got out, we'd live together, have babies, build something. And me? I believed him. 5 years didn't feel that long. I told myself I was going to hold him down. I was leaving work one day when my phone rang. Unknown number. I already knew. This call is from an inmate, Lorenzo, from Charles County Detention Center. All calls are recorded and monitored. Please press 1 to accept this call. I didn't hesitate. I pressed 1. Hey, babe, I said, a little too excited. What's up, little britches? What you doing? He asked. Nothing, just getting off work on my way to Misha's. Tell Misha I said what's up. I will, I said. Hey, were you serious about me getting an apartment for us for when you get out? Of course, he said. We was already talking about living together before I got locked up. I want you to get that set up so when I come home, we pick up right where we left off. Okay, baby, I said. Then what about your stuff? Everything he owned was still at Sierra's house. What stuff? He asked. Your stuff at Sierra's house, I said, sharper this time. Oh, yeah, he said. That might make her mad. Who cares? I shot back. How am I supposed to get us a place and all your stuff is still at another woman's house? I care, he snapped. She might mess my stuff up if you try to get it. Then have your brother go get it. She don't have to know where it's going. I paused. I just don't want you playing with me, I added. I've seen women get caught up in jail talk, promises that don't go nowhere. I'm not playing with you, little britches. I love you. It's just gonna take time. I love you too, I said, and the line went dead. I'm not some gullible girl. I've seen this before. I've watched Misha hold men down from the outside, do everything for them, just for them to come home and treat her like nothing. I wasn't about to be that girl. One day I made a decision to let Sierra know myself. I took one of Lorenzo's love letters, made a copy of it at work, and dropped it in Sierra's mailbox. If she was part of the equation, then she needed to know. Everything he was saying to me, the plans, the I've never loved like this before, all of it. I'm not gonna lie, when I shut that mailbox and pulled off, I felt justified. The next day, my phone rang. Unknown number, but I already knew. This call is from an inmate, Lorenzo, from Charles County Detention Center. All calls are recorded and monitored. Please press 1 to accept this call. My heart started racing. I know she got it. I pressed 1. What's up? I said, waiting. You funny, he said. I don't find shit funny. What's the joke? I shot back. Why you put that in that lady mailbox? He asked. Why not? Everything you said in that letter was true, right? Yeah, but I told you my stuff over there. I don't need her messing it up because she's mad. So I'm supposed to walk on eggshells for her feelings? But what about mine? I asked. You know what I'm trying to do, he said. I just ain't want it to go down like that. I paused. So what now? Your brother getting your stuff or not? Because I need to know you're serious about us. It's not that easy, little britches. That was it. Bet, I said. Don't call me no more after this. And I hung up. And just like that, the Brooke and Lorenzo era was officially over.
Chapter 18. Bro.
Chapter 18. New chapter. Devastated, but also proud of myself because I didn't fall for the jail talk, didn't let it pull me in. So I started looking at my life, really looking at it. Maybe it wasn't.
Okay, hold on. Let me go fix my husband's plate. Be right back. We're almost done. We are at chapter 18.
In love. Maybe it was just a moment, a fleeing that felt bigger than it really was. Because when I thought about it, what did Lorenzo actually show me? Not just say, show. Still, I can't even lie. I was gonna miss his fine ass. At the same time, Jerome started crossing my mind again, and the way I handled him didn't sit right. Because at least with him, he showed me something real. He proposed, bought a ring, made it clear where I stood.
So hot.
So I shifted, put my focus into work. I kept myself busy, distracted. I've always been analytical, questioning everything, pulling at threads until something unraveled. At work, I started using my computer to look things up. Innocent at first, then it wasn't. One search led to another, and before I knew it, I was deep in it. Watching videos, reading stories, going down rabbit holes about the industry, secret societies, the idea that everything wasn't what it seemed. I stayed there for months, quietly consuming it all. Then one day, my supervisor called me into her office. "What's up, Samantha?" I asked, trying to sound normal. She looked at me, a little too seriously. "An organization we donate to received our check, along with something else." "Okay," I said, confused. She pulled out a sheet of paper and slid it across the desk. It was covered in hand-drawn diagrams, conspiracy style, chaotic, detailed. They said this came with our contribution. My stomach dropped. At that moment, I knew I was being watched, or at least noticed. "What the hell?" I said, trying to keep it together. "I know," she replied. "Accounting wanted me to check with you since you handle the contributions, but I know you wouldn't do something like this." And she was right. I might have been researching things, but I wasn't about to send anything out like that. Thankfully, my job wasn't in danger, but it didn't feel like nothing. It felt like a warning, like someone was letting me know they could see me. And even with that, I didn't stop. I couldn't. I've always been a risk taker. Speaking of risks, my phone rang. It was Jerome. He must have felt that I wasn't distracted by another nigga since Lorenzo was locked up. "What's up? How you been?" he asked. "I'm good," I said. "Just working. Nothing too exciting. What about you?" "I'm about to move," he said. He had been bouncing around for a while. Couches, hotels, no real place of his own. "Oh yeah? Congratulations," I said. "Where you moving to?" "To this house in D.C. My man's renting it to me." That sounded like him. Jerome always knew how to finesse a situation. Government contracts, connections. He looked out for his people, and they looked out for him. This was one of those moments. "That's dope," I said. "I know you're relieved to finally have some stability." "No doubt," he said. "I want you to come see it. Maybe help me decorate or something." I paused for a second, then said, "I could do that." Later that week, I followed through and went to see Jerome's new place. As I drove down Benning Road SE, I already knew this wasn't NW. No penthouse.
Oh my gosh. I hate that she says NWSE. Wait, was that Benning Road Southeast or was that? Hold on, let me see something. Let me see something because I know it was yeah, I had Hannah. It was Southeast. Hannah. Hold on. Yeah. I used to live in 5106. Hold on. Hold up. Cause yeah. 51. I immediately got something on this shirt. 5106. Yeah, Southeast. Okay, I already knew this wasn't Northwest. Okay, so let me write that down. Chapter page 117. Chapter what? 18. Chapter 18, page 117. SE equals southeast. Equals northwest. Okay.
Snow skyline views. This was the hood, if we're being real. I pulled up to a small duplex tucked on a not-so-quiet cul-de-sac. Nothing fancy, but it was his. I called him before I got out of the car. I'd been in the hood before, just not this hood. He opened the door, smiling. Welcome, watch your step. I stepped inside and froze. Wow. My eyes dropped to the carpet, stained, filthy, Kool-Aid spots everywhere. I caught myself. Okay, I see you, I said, forcing a smile, trying not to be rude. I'm about to rip this carpet up, see if there's hardwood underneath. It should be, he said. Okay, I see you renovating now, I joked. We both laughed. The house had 3 floors, a fenced-in backyard, even a little shed. It had potential. So, what you think? He asked. It's a cute little bachelor pad, I said. Just needs a little love. He nodded, being that serious. About that, I've been thinking, he said. I want us to try again. I paused. You could move in, help turn this into a home. That caught me off guard. Move in, I repeated. I know we had our issues, he said, but just think about it. Get back to me. Okay, I'll think about it, I said. After that, he started calling me again, regularly, like nothing ever happened, like we were back. And me? I hesitated. Not because I didn't know him. I did. Years. He was my fiancé at one point. So why the pause? Lorenzo, or what I thought was love. Maybe it was just lust? I couldn't tell anymore. Because now I'm looking at it like one man showed me with actions, consistency, presence, and the other, he gave me words, promises, and left me disappointed. What was I waiting for? Life goes on, and if we're being real, Lorenzo had Sierra. He made his choice, right? So now, I made mine. Weeks later, I pulled the trigger, moved in with Jerome, tried to finish what we started after all the damage we'd done. We got to work on the house, ripped up the carpet, sanded the floors, stained the hardwood, even painted the walls. I turned one of the rooms into my walk-in closet, made it mine. We had a whole little system going, even had a neighborhood crackhead cutting the grass and washing our cars, paid in old blunts from the ashtray. And somehow, it felt luxurious. Looking back, luxurious was quite a stretch. That just goes to show you what low expectations I had back then. We finally settled in, went to IKEA, bought a bed. We brought it home, put it together. Exactly what we needed. The next morning I woke up, looked out the window. Something felt off. Babe, where did I park? I asked. Right out front, Jerome said. Why? I don't see my car. I jumped up and ran outside. As soon as I opened the door, I saw it. My keys, still hanging in the door from the outside. I kept my car key on the same key ring. My stomach dropped. I scanned the street, up and down. Nothing. My car was gone. I panicked, called my dad. He had a friend in D.C., a detective. I needed answers. Then I saw Jimmy walking down the street. Of course, Jimmy knew everything that went on in Simple City. "Jimmy," I yelled, flagging him down. "You see my car?" "Yeah, you call the police?" he asked. "Of course I did. My car got stolen," I snapped. He sighed. "Why you call the police?" I stared at him. "Because somebody stole my damn car. What you mean?" "He was gonna bring it back," Jimmy said. "Who?" I stepped closer. "Who was gonna bring it back?" "The neighbor's son," he said. "He took it. Saw you left your key in the door." I shook my head. "I don't give a damn if I left it in his mailbox. That don't give nobody the right to take my car." I know, Jimmy said, "but he ain't bringing it back now that you called the police." "That's fine," I said. "They looking for his ass now." He nodded, then looked at me like nothing even happened. "You got any work for me to do?" All he wanted was a blunt. "No," I snapped, shutting the door in his face. About 24 hours later, they found my car, torn through, everything flipped. He took all the change out the console and used it, bought himself some red juice and snacks from the corner store. And just like Jimmy said, we never saw the neighbor's son again. And me, I learned quick. Stay alert, stay ready. Because at the end of the day, I was in the hood. A couple months went by, and Jerome and I had settled into our little routine, sitting on the couch, watching our reality shows. That night, it was I Love New York. It was about guys competing for Tiffany Pollard's attention. And every time it came on, my mind went somewhere else. Lorenzo. There was this one contestant, they called him White Boy, and for whatever reason, I'd watch him and start thinking about Lorenzo. I know, it's messed up, but I couldn't help it. Something about him, the look, the energy, it reminded me of Lorenzo. Even though Lorenzo looked way better, different, more him. Still, my mind would drift, and I'd sit there watching the show, but really thinking about someone else. Because as time went on, I realized something. I still wanted him. I still missed him, more than I cared to admit. I even texted Lorenzo's brother Duke, telling him how I felt, how I still loved Lorenzo. He never responded, which was understandable. I left his brother at his most vulnerable time. I justified it by thinking Lorenzo had women lined up anyway. We had 3 bedrooms. One was the primary bedroom, one was my walk-in closet, the other became my escape, a lounge where I'd sit for hours, drinking a 12-pack of Corona, watching TV, chain-smoking Marlboro Lights, and secretly doing bumps. Jerome still didn't know. I was too ashamed to say it out loud. But you know how it goes. What's done in the dark always finds the light. One day, he found an empty glass vial, still dusted with powder. It didn't take much to figure out what it was. He was disappointed, hurt. But he didn't stop there. He went through my phone, and that's where he found everything. The messages to Duke, me venting, saying how miserable I was, how much I still loved Lorenzo, how much I missed him. That was it. Jerome was done. "Pack your stuff," he said. "You need to leave, now." I broke down. Not just because I hurt him, but because I didn't even understand myself. I was confused, angry at me. I called my mom. Didn't even have to explain. She came, helped me pack, no questions. And just like that, I was back at my parents' house, back where I started, back to square one.
Okay, now we're on chapter 19.
Chapter 19, Resurrected. I went back to school. I started taking business administration classes. My job covered 25% of the tuition, so why not? I needed something to keep me grounded, focused on me. No distractions, no chaos, just me figuring out who Brooke really is, what I want out of life. As time passed, I got used to being alone. Not lonely, just by myself. I'd still link up with old friends here and there, but nothing wild, nothing like before. Then one day, out of nowhere, I got a message on Black Planet from Anita's sister, Melanie. Anita had been in a car accident. Severe. She needed brain surgery. My heart dropped. No matter how things ended, I still cared. My dad and I went to the hospital to see her, to pray. When I walked into that room, I froze. For a second, I thought I was in the wrong place. I even looked at the whiteboard to check for her name just to make sure, because that didn't look like Anita. Her head was shaved, staples in her skull, head swollen, unrecognizable. It shook me bad. She was out of it, barely there, but I still spoke, told her I came, that I was there. My dad and I prayed over her. After that, I stayed in touch with her sister, checking on her, making sure she was getting better. And when she finally got discharged, I went to her house to see her. "Hey, Auntie Brooke." That's what Anita called out when she saw me. She always called me that since I was her daughter's godmother. "Hey, beautiful," I said, pulling her into a hug. "How you feeling?" "Girl, I missed you so much," she said. "I missed you too," I replied. "How you been holding up?" "I'm good," she said, shrugging. "They got me on these painkillers. I don't feel a damn thing." Anita laughed. That sounded just like her. There wasn't a drug Anita didn't welcome. She ran her hand over her head. "I just don't know what to do with this short hair. I've never had it like this before." "Girl, just shape it. It's cute." Her eyes lit up. "Auntie Brooke, you think you can shape it for me, please?" Of course, me, always showing up, always doing for others. "Yeah, where's the scissors?" I asked. "Right here," she said, handing them to me. I fixed it up, gave it some shape, made it hers again. After that, she did her makeup, threw on a cute outfit, heels and all, trying to feel like herself again, like nothing ever happened. Then she looked at me. "I got some powder. You want some? I mean, you don't have to. I'm not trying to pressure you." I paused. She hadn't even been out the hospital a week, and already back to it. I knew better, but still. "Don't mind if I do," I said. We laughed. It felt like we picked right back up, like nothing ever happened. Back to where we left off. Not in a good way. We had a lot to catch up on. Anita started apologizing over and over for telling Jerome about me and Lorenzo after our fight. "Girl, you beat my ass," she said, laughing. "My eye was out here," she added with her hand. "I ain't even know you could fight like that." I smirked.
Okay. What are we on? Chapter. Page 124. Okay, let's keep going.
I don't go looking for fights, I said, but I handle mine when I need to. We laughed and then fell right back into it. Drinking, smoking, lines for hours, like muscle memory, like nothing had changed. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't help but think about it. Her brain, the surgery, everything she just went through. I wondered if all of this would catch up to her. But Anita, she wasn't thinking about that at all. One day at work, I was on the phone with my friend Diamond from high school. Girl, remember when you tried to set me up with Lorenzo's brother Duke and he showed up to the mall drenched in sweat? We both lost it. Diamond was one of the first female friends I made when I moved to Maryland. Back in high school, she used to copy off my work like it was nothing, and somehow we became cool. Girl, what you been up to? I asked. Trying to get an office job, she said. I'm tired of working at the mall. Y'all hiring? As a matter of fact, we're looking for a receptionist, I said. Send me your resume. She sent it. I vouched for her. She came in for the interview and got hired on the spot. My supervisor trusted my judgment, figured I'd bring in someone with the same work ethic as me. Or at least, that's what I thought.
Okay, we're on the last freaking chapter of the Genesis. Okay.
Chapter 20, Signs and Symbols. It had been a few months since I'd heard from Jerome, so seeing his name pop up on my phone caught me off guard. Hey, stranger, he said. I paused. What's going on? I asked, surprised. Not much. I miss you. How you been? Missing me, huh? I said, half smiling. I'm good. Back in school, staying busy. Yeah, you should come by one day, he said. Oh, is that right? I replied, joking. Yeah, I got something for you, he said. That was Jerome. For all his flaws, he always knew how to come through with a gift. Wandering eye, questionable movement, but when it came to that, he delivered. For me? I asked, surprised. Yeah. So when you coming through? How does Friday after work sound? I said. Bet. See you then, Boopy. Boopy? I paused. Now he back calling me the pet name he gave me? What was this? I thought he hated me. Friday came and I pulled up like I said I would. Hey, Boopy, Jerome said, smiling. What's up? I said, still trying to figure out what this was about. He reached out his hand. I wanted to give this back to you. It's yours. I looked down. It was my engagement ring. What? Why? I asked. I had time to think, he said. I want this to work. I stood there for a second. Wow, I don't even know what to say. We both did things, he said. I just want to make it right. And just like that, I was back. Back in the house, back in the life we had planned. We both had careers, short commutes, living and working in D.C. We cooked together, split responsibilities, moved like a real couple again. No hard drugs, just a little drinking, a little smoking, nothing out of control. Jerome liked his drinks and his weed, but compared to everything else, it felt stable. One day, out of nowhere, Jerome asked, Do you think you want to start planning the wedding? I blinked. Yeah, of course, I said, but I was surprised. I thought we'd take more time. After everything we'd been through, I needed to be sure that we were sure. It had been a little over a year since Lorenzo got locked up, and here I was planning a wedding with Jerome. I wasn't a bridezilla. If anything, I was the complete opposite. I hired a wedding planner, gave him my vision, berry, taupe, chocolate brown. The color scheme, definitely my mom's influence. I told my planner I wanted a harpist, a beautiful venue, and let him handle the rest. I started searching for dresses online, something taupe, something different. I didn't want the typical white lace or satin. Jerome and I did tastings, met with caterers, locked in the guest list. He handled his side, I handled mine. Most of his family was coming from New York, but it was an easy 4-hour drive. He had a few relatives already living in town, so everyone had somewhere to stay. Honestly, planning was easy, stress-free. My planner handled everything. Flowers, arrangements. All I had to do was approve it. The only issue? My dress fittings. Something was off. I was gaining weight when I should have been maintaining or losing it. I never had a regular cycle, so it didn't click right away. But something told me to check. I took a pregnancy test, then another, then another. 10 tests later, all positive. I just sat there because I'd been pregnant before, once, early in mine and Jerome's relationship, and I lost it painfully, silently. No one ever knew. Now, 2 months into wedding planning, I find out I'm pregnant, and the wedding, 2 months away. Even with everything happening, Jerome and I were excited, barely married, and already expecting our first child. The morning of the wedding, I stayed at my parents' house. My sister, Misha, my maid of honor, was there with me. Jerome stayed at our place in D.C. with a few of his cousins from New York. And me, I was calm, too calm, while everything around me felt like chaos. Loud thump. Misha, Misha, are you okay? My mom shouted. I ran toward the noise, and there she was, at the bottom of the stairs. I'm okay, Misha said, brushing it off. I just missed a step. Y'all know I'm clumsy. We all exhaled, then laughed, relieved she was all right. We finally made it to the Newton White Mansion, met up with the makeup artist, the photographer, finished getting ready. The place was beautiful. Everything is set just right. Tables being arranged, flowers are perfectly placed, picture perfect. But me, I felt disconnected, like I was there but not really there. After the ceremony, Jerome's grandfather rushed up to me, cane in hand. My only sister wasn't invited to your wedding, he yelled in his thick New York accent. I froze. I'm sorry she wasn't on the list. Jerome handled his side of the family. My only sister, he kept repeating until one of his daughters pulled him away. I just stood there, feeling attacked at my wedding. And the crazy part, it wasn't even my fault. Then, out of nowhere, my mother fell down the staircase, right there, in the middle of everything. I was mortified. At that point, I couldn't help but think, what else could go wrong? 2 people falling down the stairs on my wedding day? And for a second, it crossed my mind. Is this a sign? Was I making the right decision?
Oh my gosh.
Author's note. I wrote this book to show what it looks like when a girl grows into her womanhood. Messy, unfiltered, and not always making the best decisions. The kind of decisions that could have changed everything. I wanted to highlight the environments around her, the pressure, the influences that quietly shape how she thinks and moves. The music, the eras, the culture, it all mattered. It all played a part. This book is for the girls who see themselves in Brooke, the ones navigating school, dealing with bullying, rumors, peer pressure, trying to figure it out in real time. It's also for the adults who can look back and recognize pieces of themselves in these pages. Some of it may feel uncomfortable, but it's real. I made a point to show how Brooke's mindset was shaped, how it could become warped without her even realizing it. Because the truth is, we don't always make the right decisions in life, but the goal is to learn from them, to grow from them. And Brooke's story doesn't end here. There's still so much left to unfold in the BINGE Chronicles. What happens between Brooke and Jerome? How does their marriage hold up? What does motherhood look like for her? Does she continue down the same path, or does something shift? And what about Lorenzo? Are some connections really meant to end forever? Those answers and more live in the next installment, BINGE Chronicles: The Exodus. The Genesis is a project I put off for a long time, not out of laziness, but out of fear. perfectionism, vulnerability, because Brooke is me. This story is loosely based on my life. I used to think attention meant love. It doesn't. Validation fades. What you believe about yourself is what lasts. I learned the hard way that you can't build something real while you're still broken. Accountability changed everything for me. Healing isn't pretty, but it's necessary. Everything I went through brought me here. My hope is that you read this, reflect on it, and maybe see yourself a little clearer. And if nothing else, be entertained. With peace and so much love, Blake.
Okay. Clock that, clock that, clock that, clock that. That is the end of the book. I do have some edits I need to run past my narrator. So I'm about to type these up and send them to her. I hope you enjoyed the book. Yeah, make sure you go out, guys, like, comment, and subscribe, because I'm going to put this on the Binge Chronicles YouTube page. So, see you.